Good morning. Recognizing a quorum of commissioners, I call the August 14th, 2025 meeting of the Cannabis Control Commission to order. This meeting is being held remote pursuant to Chapter 2 of the Acts of 2025 and is being recorded. Commissioners Concepcion, Roy, and myself are participating in today's meeting. All votes taken today will be by roll call. We have a full agenda today that I will generally summarize. We will start with opening comments from commissioners and approval of 2 sets of minutes. Then the executive director will present the executive director and commission staff report before we proceed to staff license recommendations. There are 2 changes of ownership recommendations, 25 license renewal recommendations, 3 responsible vendor training renewal licenses, and 1 request. I believe that's it. And there are 3 items in the commission discussion and vote section today: tier relegations update, legal intervention discussion, and a social consumption public comment period memo. Obviously, I would anticipate we could take a break at around 12:30 for lunch. Certainly, if my colleagues or anyone from our team needs to take a break, please just raise your hand, let me know. With that, I will ask that commissioners wishing to comment or ask questions during any part of the meeting raise their hand to be recognized.
Acting Chair, I'm sorry, I missed that last part that you just said.
Go ahead, Commissioner Concepcion.
Okay, sure. So good morning, everyone. Good morning to my colleagues, staff, anyone who's joining us virtually. I wanted to start this meeting by first saying happy summer. This is probably our last meeting before we reconvene in the fall. But I wanted to make sure to acknowledge and recognize Commissioner and Acting Chair Stebbins and congratulating you on your reappointment. I wanted to thank Attorney General Campbell, my appointing authority, Treasurer Goldberg, and Governor Healy for your reappointment, because it's critical that we're able to continue this work. I think it's a testament to your work, Commissioner Stebbins, as well as the need for us to continue being productive and doing this work that is so vital to the industry here in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. I think everyone knows we've been operating at a reduced number for quite some time now, and it's brought its own strains resource-wise as it goes to how commissioners operate in this space. But Chair Stebbins, you have stepped up to the challenge and you've ensured that we've remained steady and productive. And I think that I can speak for a lot of people in thanking you for that. I really look forward to continuing this work together and making sure that we get this work done. I know there's a lot on the agenda today. We're talking about a number of different things, but a continued conversation around social consumption in particular that I know a lot of people are looking forward to. There's a lot of eyes. There's a lot of work that's gone into this. So I also want to commend the working group as well, former Commissioner Camargo, as well as you, Acting Chair. And I just look forward to the conversation. I always like whenever we're talking policy, whenever we're doing the work that is spelled out by the law as regulators. So I look forward to the conversation and thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Roy.
Thank you, Acting Chair. Good morning to you and my colleagues and the entire team and to everyone listening. I want to echo the sentiments of Commissioner Concepcion and start by congratulating Acting Chair Stebbins, and you've gone where no other person has gone before with this. So congratulations on your reappointment, and we were so excited to get the news yesterday. And I just want to thank you as Acting Chair for your leadership to help ensure and promote public health, public safety, welfare, and fairness in the industry to make sure that and ensure that it's healthy and it's vibrant. I also want to thank you for your collaboration and your support. We've worked together on so many different initiatives, and I'll just a couple, micro businesses, making sure that's a more lucrative license type. I know we've done so many tours together, and we worked for the First in the Nations. We worked jointly together on the First in the Nations driver's education for cannabis impairment. And I just want to also thank you for your support for different initiatives I've worked on, most recently Administrative Order number 5, to bring accessibility, consistency, and transparency around certificates of analysis. So I want to thank you for your support on that, and just that your leadership and your collaboration and your friendship as well. So I just want to acknowledge that and congratulate you. And just very briefly, I just want to thank Alternative Compassion Services, which is co-located adult use and medical use in Hull. They had a ribbon cutting over the last couple of weeks for their adult use, and it was attended by numerous local officials. So I want to thank them for inviting me to be part of that special day. And I also want to thank Caroline Pino from STEM Haverhill, who invited me to be her very first guest on her new podcast, Freshly Garden. So I just want to thank her as well. So looking forward to today's meeting. I know there's a lot of topics, but I'll end it the way I started it. And congratulations, Acting Chair Stebbins.
Commissioners, thank you very much. Humbled by your very kind words, but certainly have thoroughly enjoyed the opportunity to work with both of you, as well as humbled by the opportunity to work with the incredible team here at the CCC. A lot of good work is going on. There's certainly more to do. This is an industry that continues to evolve and change and has both opportunities and challenges in front of it. So I'm looking forward to the opportunity to collaborate with you both, at a time when we're down a person or two, but the work continues, and I greatly appreciate all the time and effort that all of you are putting into the work as well. For me, just a couple of updates. Actually, one came across last night. I want to acknowledge one of our licensees, Devin Alexander from Rolling Relief, who was recognized, I think, by the Boston Business Journal for being a leader in the 40 under 40 recognition program that they have. Had the chance to visit with Devin on Monday. Secondly, had the chance to visit Hidden Wonders, a new dispensary that just opened in Plymouth. Enjoyed stopping in, meeting their team. They had very complimentary words about our investigative team that has been working with them to get them ready for their opening, and they're having their grand opening later this month. Monday, had the opportunity to visit Essex County, the North Shore, and tour Levia, the infused seltzer manufacturer. Great to tour their facility and visit with their team. Excited to hear about their plans and the opportunities that they see in the marketplace. Had a chance to participate in that tour and also participate in a licensee roundtable. Thanks to the Cannabis Business Association, Dave O'Brien, for pulling the roundtable together. Great discussion with the licensees, the opportunity to share with them what is going on at the CCC, what we're working on. They raised issues including accounts receivables, HCAs, descheduling, agent registration, medical program deverticalization. What's interesting to me is there's always back and forth with commissioners, but at the same time, it's always great to see the conversations that happen between licensees during those roundtables. So again, my thanks to Levia for hosting me for the tour, and Dave O'Brien, the CBA, for hosting the roundtable. After the roundtable was over, Mr. O'Brien and I toured a SEP-owned dispensary, Terpene Journey in Swampscott. Ownership explained their efforts that they use to try to educate consumers about terpenes across every product. They also allow customers to search products by categories such as whether the product is coming from an SEP-owned firm, whether it's coming from a local licensee, and other categories. So a really unique approach to how they're pulling in, educating, and capturing their customer base. As Commissioner Roy just mentioned, they offered a shout out to the commission for, again, requiring the COAs to be updated in a metric. So thank you, Commissioner Roy. They shared that it helped them with avoiding delays and getting their products out on the shelves when they arrive. Also had the chance this week, along with the ED, to visit with one of our CAB members, retired Chief Carmichael, this week. Great to visit with him. We discussed social consumption. We discussed delivery to restricted communities. So greatly appreciate his interest in thoughts on these issues and many others. So again, thank you to my colleagues for your kind words, and thanks to our incredible team. Looking forward to continuing our work together. With that, I will move on to minutes of approval. Thank you to our Secretary, Commissioner Concepcion. We have 2 sets of minutes up for approval. The June 12th, 2025 meeting and the June 17th, 2025 public meeting. Those were all included in your board packets. I would seek a motion to approve the June 12th, 2025 meeting minutes. Do I have such a motion, Commissioner Concepcion?
So moved.
Do I have a second, Commissioner Roy?
Second.
Okay, motion been made and seconded. Any further comments, questions? Seeing none, I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
And Commissioner Stebbins votes aye. 3 in favor, none opposed. Next, I'll seek a motion to approve the June 17th, 2025 public meeting minutes. Do I have such a motion, Commissioner Roy?
So moved.
Do I have a second, Commissioner Concepcion?
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Oh, aye. Sorry.
No worries. And Commissioner Stebbins votes aye. 3 in favor, none opposed. All right, thank you both. Next item on the agenda, we'll move on to the Executive Director and Commission Staff Report. We have a number of items under his report, so I will turn it over to the Executive Director. Good morning.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Chair. I'm going to leave it on this slide for the moment, and I can see it for the folks who are managing this. Just a quick primer. As the chair mentioned, there's a significant amount of materials under the ED report today. First, on behalf of myself and all staff, I want to echo Commissioner Concepcion and Commissioner Roy in expressing our congratulations to Acting Chair Stebbins on reappointment to a new 5-year term. We look forward to working with the Acting Chair and the board on the many exciting initiatives underway at the Commission, and we're very happy to have clarity as we move forward into September on a lot of work that has been done over the summer. If we can move to the next slide. Thank you. And so looking ahead, I'd just like to point out on this summary slide, I note in an effort to schedule out a variety of periodic updates to commissioners for items under delegated authority, the September 11th ED report is currently intended to update budget information from myself and the CFAO, including a closeout of the FY25 budget and a revised spending plan for FY26 based on the final approved budget. Additionally, recruitment and retention updates will include the demographic report and an update on the current hiring freeze for myself and the CPO. There are many periodic reports that I'm looking to set up for a regular cadence at public meetings under this ED report mechanism, so you can also anticipate a draft 6-month schedule coming shortly. For today's report, I'm going to highlight the topics identified on the agenda, as we'll have a variety of speakers and presenters. The slides, if not viewable to the audience for any reason, are uploaded to the website on the agenda page to help the viewer follow along with these materials. For the items listed on the left of the screen related to today's report, I have a few initial comments for context, and just due to handing it off to to the first presenter, I'm going to go in reverse order as they're listed on the screen here. So in reverse order, you'll receive updated licensing data per our regularly scheduled reporting from the Director of Licensing. And then the first update for host community municipal equity progress under Chapter 180 from the Director of Investigations, which will become a regular update until we reach full compliance. We'll have 2 reports regarding activities under delegated authority, which will also become periodic reporting items for future ED reports. First, a summary of petitions for changes to regulations from General Counsel, and then a summary of waiver requests of regulations from Enforcement Counsel. The acting chair will also discuss a future agenda item regarding the delegations themselves, whereas today's reports are related specifically to the presentation of data. 2-factor authentication for the medical IT platform MMJOS from the Chief of Staff, who manages the Constituent Services and Medical Program, will summarize any impacts to service providers, and the CTIO will be available for any questions on the IT security aspect of this change. But first today, we'll start with an update that was mentioned at our July 10th meeting and was planned for an initial discussion at today's meeting, the Public Health and Safety Advisories Portal. The Director of Digital and Creative Services, Anne-Marie Burt, will review the creation of the portal and walk through the user interface. Please note, for items not related to the portal itself, you may direct those questions to me and I'll ensure that they are routed to the proper staff member. I'd like to summarize a few points about the most recent Public Health and Safety Advisory before the Director reviews the portal itself. The PHSA was issued on August 6th related to an enforcement action which identified 544 lab samples that previously failed total yeast and mold testing. An incredible amount of work from our investigations and enforcement team working with our data team led to the information that is within the portal. The portal contains products that went through the supply chain to be sold to consumers and patients that individuals can now cross-reference to determine if they purchase potentially contaminated marijuana or marijuana products. Separately, significant effort was undertaken by I&E to issue administrative holds requiring licensees, MEs, MTCs, and delivery operators specifically to either dispose or transfer the affected product back to the originating cultivator or manufacturing licensee, or maintain the product in its inventory during the Commission's enforcement action investigation. As such, those licensees are required to notify the Commission of its intended actions within 10 business days of the effective date of the administrative holds and update the Commission accordingly should the proposed actions change, Communications with licensees and industry representatives on next steps for those products that were still on shelves has been clear and concise, and I appreciate the collaboration that we have had with these licensees and industry representatives to handle such a significant effort. The portal is an important compliance tool to transparently communicate with the public when the Commission has identified public health and safety concerns through its enforcement actions. With that summary, I'll ask that Director Burt provide you with an overview of the portal, and then she can answer any questions on the portal, and I can help direct any questions that are not specific to the portal itself. Director Burt, please take it away.
Thank you. Good morning, and thank you all for having me. It's great to see you. As introduced, I am Anne-Marie Burt, Director of Digital and Creative Services, and I will be presenting this morning on the Commission's new Public Health and Safety Advisories portal hosted on the Commission's website. Slide, please. The Public Health and Safety Advisories portal, of which you see a screenshot on the right of this slide, was launched on Wednesday, August 6th at the URL listed here just prior to the public release of the latest Public Health and Safety Advisory of the same date. The content strategy of the portal begins with an email sign-up form for users to be added to the Commission's distribution list of future Public Health and Safety Advisory email notices. There is then a call-out block with information for consumers and patients, specifically links to the Commission's Understanding Labels flyer and video, explaining where to find the batch number and testing date on a Massachusetts marijuana product label, and what to do if you possess an affected product or have experienced an adverse health reaction. Below the consumer and patient information block, there are links to all public health and safety advisories the Commission has posted up to this date, which is then followed by a list of affected marijuana products. This list also includes advanced filtering options based on the data provided and a search field to easily determine if a product is included, as well as options to extract the data in multiple file formats. Slide, please. The slide shows a close-up of the user interface of the marijuana products list, the data provided for each product, and the options for advanced filtering and searching of the contents of the list. This display was based on the user interface of the newly automated licensing tracker development infrastructure that was launched back in June, providing familiarity and an intuitive interface for our users to easily navigate the list and filtering systems used on our website. Slide, please. The Public Health and Safety Advisories portal, of which we have also provided a short URL of masscannabiscontrol.com/PHSA, can also be found in the following locations. Within the slider on the Commission's homepage, linked in the footer of the website, which appears on every page on our site, via a button included at the end of the notice that was published on August 6th of last week, an icon and link on the frequently viewed resources page within our public resources section, and buttons added to the top of the news page and enforcement announcements page linking to the portal. And that concludes the introduction to our new Public Health and Safety Advisories portal. At this time, we are happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Director. Invite my colleagues if they have any questions for Director Burt. Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Acting Chair. Thank you, Director Burt, for your presentation. Having this functionality is critically important, especially in light of recent events. So I want to thank you and the data team and everybody involved to make this a reality. And I just want to, there was some questions when it was first rolled out, and I don't know if this question would be more appropriate for the ED or you, Director Burt, but looking at the product name column, so I see it here. Was that part of the initial rollout? Because I know folks were looking for that, and I'm just glad to see that it's there so folks can easily identify if their products were part of this advisory. And secondly, I had spoken to, had a nice conversation with the executive director yesterday about tying this to our product catalog, because sometimes if you see the actual picture, and I think it drives us to the product catalog, but not to the product, and maybe this is something aspirational where you could click on that product name and it would bring you to the picture of it in our product catalog. So I just wanted to ask about that, specifically that column. I don't know who wants to take that.
Sure, Director, if you'd like. Thank you, Acting Chair. I apologize. I believe the Director can take the product catalog question, and I will respond on the licensee information in the data. Director Burt, if you could address the product catalog.
Sure, thank you. And we did make an update to the product catalog page today with a call out block that links back to the advisory just to be able to create a user pathway from one to the other. But as far as the integration of the pictures and product details, we'll need to look into that with our vendor.
Thank you. And I believe, and Commissioner Roy, feel free to jump in if I'm not answering your question. As it relates to the information within the portal, certainly it is not forward facing with sort of licensee information specifically as it relates to, you know, the point of sale, and that is intentional. But was your question more about the product itself?
Yeah. Yes, I just want to be clear. I was not advocating for that. It was more the product. I think people were looking, in addition to a package label or a batch number, the product name. And I think when it first rolled out, there was a little bit of confusion. So I just, if you could, I wasn't sure if when it was immediately rolled out, was that column included, or was that responsive to feedback we got?
Thank you. And through the Acting Chair, I think ultimately, you know, the information that's in there right now, as was shown on the slide, there's some of the information related specifically to each product, but perhaps the CIE or DOI could answer more specifically on that type of information as it relates to the product.
And I saw Paul's screen open. Acting Chair.
CIO?
I was just available on the product catalog conversation.
Okay. Director Pinkowski?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, to my knowledge, the product name column was always in the portal. We did receive some feedback regarding the brand name, in that possibly would make it easier for users to filter that. The brand name for certain products is within the naming convention, but that is specific to licensees. But the product name was always one of the columns, along with testing date, sale date, kind of type of product to help consumers or patients identify the product.
Thank you, Director. Commissioner Roy, anything else?
Yeah, thank you, Acting Chair, and thank you all for your answers. And just as a commentary, with the product catalog, and this isn't necessarily about the portal, but I have difficulty using the product catalog. So respectfully, maybe we can have a meeting with Metric to make it more consumer and user friendly. What I tried to do last night is I cut and paste the package label, and I went over to the product catalog and it wouldn't let me paste it in. And so I tried to do my own work based on this advisory and go to look at these products and and it doesn't. It's not compatible. So I think there's a little more work to do to make it more consumer and patient friendly and user friendly, especially when we have these advisories. So I think they need to talk to each other where they're really not right now. I mean, we're driving people there with a click, but once you're there, it's very difficult, as I experienced last evening.
Thank you. To the acting chair, we're happy to take that feedback and come back to the board with any potential adjustments.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Edie. Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Just a couple of comments to Director Burt and to the ED. You know, like that we have stood this up, and thank Director Burt for pulling this all together. I know it's not an easy task. I think it is going to be extremely helpful, not only for our licensees, but consumers to access information kind of right at their fingertips. I know this hasn't been up very long, but Director Burt, have we had any traffic to the page at this point? I mean, have anybody, short of this discussion today, to kind of highlight its, you know, its presence, you know, anybody kind of jumping right to this and seeing the functionality of it? What kind of traffic are we driving?
Yes, I actually do have analytics of the portal from the day it was launched up until yesterday afternoon. And I can drop these numbers in the chat as well, so that you don't have to take notes while I'm speaking. But we've had about a little over 6,100 views and 2,550 sessions, which is averaging about 3.32 views per user at an average session duration of just over 4 minutes. We've had 25 downloads of the Understanding Labels flyer, as well as 933 views started of the video, of which 142 actually watched the entirety all of the way through. We've had 44 signups for the advisory's email notice list, and the portal is currently our 7th most viewed page in the past month, with the notice being the 3rd. And the majority of users who view the August 6th notice continue on to the portal, whereas the reverse is also true in that the majority of users who view the portal then also view the August 6th notice.
Can you restate what that first number was? The number of folks that have, I think you described them, they've gone to the page?
Yes, that is, as of yesterday afternoon, it was 6,186 views. And we have an average, each user views the page about 3 times. So technically that was 2,550 unique user visits over the past week.
Wow. Those are some impressive figures for only being out for a week, but thank you, Director Burr. Appreciate you having those numbers.
Thank you.
Commissioner Concepcion, any questions?
I do not have any questions. Thank you so much, Director Burt. This is really great work.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Director. All right. ED, we'll turn it back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Chair. If we could go to the next slide. This is a summary of information that the Chief of Staff and CTIO will review for you.
Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Go ahead, Chief of Staff. Nice to see you. Good morning.
Nice to see you. So just a quick update on two-factor authentication. So in June, the medical use of marijuana online system, MMJOS, began rolling out two-factor authentication for certifying healthcare provider accounts. To enhance the security of the system, MMJOS now requires providers to confirm their email address and provide mobile phone numbers for login purposes. As part of this process, the Commission asks that certifying healthcare providers review all information in their MMJOS account and make updates as necessary, including but not limited to names, addresses, contact information, and practice area. As a reminder to our certifying healthcare providers under 935 CMR 501, providers are required to update the Commission within 5 business days of any change of their information. If there are any certifying healthcare providers who are listening and may have questions, please contact the Medical Use of Marijuana Program at commission@cccmass.com, or they can give us a call at 833-869-6820, excuse me. And that's also on our website.
Okay, thank you, Chief of Staff. CTIO, anything you want to add before I open it up for questions?
Nope, Andrew covered it very well. Thank you, Chief of Staff.
Okay, questions, Commissioner Roy, do you have questions?
No, I just want to thank CTIO and Chief of Staff for their work. I know our Chief of Staff has been highly focused on the medical program, and I've had the pleasure to work with him and Commissioner Concepcion in our working group to make improvements and modernization to those regulations. And obviously, I want to thank CTIO for all of his work and his team around cybersecurity and making sure that we have sensitive information right in this portal. And we want to make sure that we do everything we can so there's no breach and keep it secure. So I just want to thank them for their efforts.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Concepcion, any questions?
No questions.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Executive Director, back to you.
Thank you very much. If we can move to the next slide, I'm going to be handing this particular item listed on the agenda over to the General Counsel. I just point out we have 2 back-to-back kind of updates of delegated authority here. If we could, unless there's any clarifying questions on this, sort of save questions for the petitions update on data from the GC and the waivers update from the EC, and then have Q&A combined at the end of that, if appropriate. Certainly, if there's any clarifying questions for the GC, please feel free to go through the acting chair. But with that, through the acting chair, I would hand this particular presentation over to the GC.
Good morning. Thank you, ED, and thank you, acting chair and commissioners. It's good to be here. As you'll recall, I was here before you at the last regular public meeting talking about the petitions for regulatory change process. And the thrust of that presentation was to talk about just the process to follow to make such a petition. There were some follow-up questions at that time regarding process and numbers, and so wanted to follow up with you all to give you that information. So that's the purpose of today's presentation. I'll do a quick recap of the process part of it, but then go into more of the what we do once we receive the petition, and then share some numbers with you. Before I get started here with the presentation, I do want to just throw a recognition and attribution to my friends and colleagues in the Enforcement Council, to Enforcement Council and Barbara Cooney, who put together a very similar looking presentation to mine here. We did borrow the format from their presentation pretty liberally, so any likenesses there. I want to give full attribution to the structure and the format to that team. But why don't I get going here? We start off here just in terms of the statutory framework with Chapter 30A. Under Chapter 30A, agencies are required to make provisions for and allow for interested persons to petition agencies to request changes to their regulations. And so we, pursuant to that, each agency shall prescribe by regulation the procedure for the submission, consideration, and disposition of such petitions. If you go to the next slide, we have done that in our regs, so 935 CMR 500-830, and then its counterpart in the medical regs, 935 CMR 501-830, are our regs for allowing individuals to petition the agency for changes to our regulations. At my last presentation, I went through the requirements here in a step-by-step fashion to highlight for folks what they need to do to make a petition. Part of that was to try to educate the public just about the process, and what we had been seeing is most, if not all, of our petitions were being sent to one or more commissioners and not through the process that we had set up. So we wanted to really make it clear for people that are interested in making petitions of the process that we have for this purpose. So I won't go through the whole process here again, but the gist of it here is that the request must be in writing. It must indicate the petitioner's specific interest in a regulation. Specifically state the request for whatever they're looking for, and then give the reasons and the background behind the request and any citation to authority and any arguments they'd like to present. And then, so when we go to the next slide here. So in terms of the review process, next slide, please. We asked that petitions be sent to the email address listed here on the slide, commission@cccmass.com, with all the requirements that I just highlighted and that are contained in the regulation. And then once we do receive that petition, we have recently updated our SOPs in this area, and this presentation here outlines the revised SOPs that will provide for a standardized review process of these petitions as they come in. So essentially, the legal division will acknowledge receipt once a petition is received, and then we'll conduct a review to make sure that it conforms to the requirements of our regs. We'll then inform the petitioner if their submission does not conform to the regulatory requirements, and then we'll work with the petitioner to help them submit a petition that does comply with our requirements. And then once that is complete, we will then conduct our initial legal analysis of the petition so that we can then make a recommendation to the executive director. Next slide, please. And then following our review, so we do make a recommendation to the ED. The recommendations are either one, that no regulatory change is needed, two, that there's a determination that there's an additional need for information or investigation. Sometimes this is done through formation of a working group. Alternatively, there might be a determination that a regulatory change is warranted, and a recommendation to that effect is made to the ED to be presented to the Commission, or just as a catch-all, any other action that's consistent with our regulations. So those are the recommendations that we make, one of them to the Executive Director following our review of the petition. And then upon receipt of the feedback and direction from the ED, the legal division then takes appropriate action to work with appropriate personnel to implement the recommendation, to respond further to the petitioner, and then ultimately, if called for, and if that is the recommendation, for the presentation of materials to the commissioners for their consideration. Next slide, please. So moving on here, the most common outcomes of petitions are either an approval, that's straightforward. Legal division reviews the request, determines that it is appropriate and meets all the various regulatory requirements, and then that would then go through the regular process for promulgation after it's presented to the commission for their decision. Alternatively, we may, after review, decide that a denial is appropriate. That usually happens if it's outside of the commission's jurisdiction, or if the petition calls for something that is plainly illegal. If the recommendation is for a denial, we often will submit that petition nonetheless, because there might be a portion of it that needs further investigation. We may submit that to a regulatory working group for future discussion and potentially future incorporation into a future regulatory package. And then alternatively, the requester may withdraw their petition, and we would close it out on our end. Next slide, please. And then finally, I just wanted to leave you with just a snapshot of the numbers. This was part of the request from the last presentation. So what I've done here is I've broken out the requests by year. So we've, since the delegation was made back in 2020, we have received 13 total petitions. As you can see from the slide here, broken down by year: 1 in 2020, 1 in 2021, 5 each in 2022 and 23, and then 1 in 24. To date in 25, we have not received any. So again, the total here is 13 for that period. So that is the end of my my slide deck here, and I'm happy to answer questions after EC Gooden gives his presentation, or whatever the board sees fit.
Thank you, JC. Colleagues, if it's okay, let's proceed with Enforcement Counsel's presentation, and then we can have questions and discussion on both the petition process and the waiver process, if that's fine.
Actually, I can share.
Commissioner Roy?
Yeah, actually, I have questions specifically for petitions that I'd would like to ask before we move on to waivers, because I think they're two different animals, if I may.
We're going to come back to petition questions with the GC. I'm hoping we can, if you'll allow me to just let Enforcement Counsel do his quick presentation on waivers. I see them as kind of inextricably linked, so I think having presentations on both would work, and then we can certainly bring it back to questions. I know you have some. I certainly have some, even some that I've added from the presentation that we just heard, but
okay, thanks.
It's okay to proceed that way. Enforcement Counsel.
Great, thank you, Acting Chair, and good morning, Commissioners, good morning, Acting Chair. So it just wanted to start off by, yes, similar to General Counsel, acknowledging that Barbara Cooney, one of our enforcement paralegals, did a lot of work to help prepare for this presentation, and she's also going to be available to assist me with answering any of your questions as well. So just want to make sure that I'm recognizing Barbara there and all of her work with this. So next slide, please. So we have just a brief overview of the agenda here. It follows a similar sort of format to General Counsel's presentation. So I will go over the kind of regulatory basis, establishing the waiver process, our internal processes, and how we actually go about reviewing waivers, as well as the potential outcomes for a waiver request. I'll briefly note petitions as well as part of that. Then I'll go into some of the specific metrics, and then we'll follow with a Q&A portion. So next slide, please. And so just kicking off into the waiver process overview. Next slide, please. So here I just want to note and draw your attention to 935 CMR 500-850 and the corresponding medical regulation 501-850. So just noting at the outset that both of these sections establish in their first subsection that the commission may delegate its authority to the executive director to waive regulatory requirements promulgated pursuant to the corresponding statutes, and the commission has done so earlier on in its existence. I do want to also just, as preparing for this, I found just a couple of interesting thoughts or quotes from former commissioners in the beginning of the commission's existence, just kind of providing some context to the waiver process and what the intent was in incorporating this specific process into commission regulations. So at the December 11th, 2017 meeting, Commissioner Doyle, when describing the waiver process, she noted that one thing the commission should have in mind is that there is a waiver process being built into the regulations. So if someone finds that a particular requirement of the regulations is problematic for them to be able to actually effectualize their business, the waiver process is here to attempt to accommodate for some of those particular circumstances. And she was noting as well that particularly in that instance where the commission was given such a short amount of time to stand up the regulations, that they were not privy to all of the information that was going to come in over the following months and years. So in essence, noting that where the commission is promulgating new regulations in a new industry, that there needed to be some flexibility to account for how those regulations would impact particular small businesses and farmers, she noted in particular. Similarly, a few years later, the former chairman, Chair Hoffman, noted at the commission's September 17th, 2021 meeting that when he was discussing amendments or the regulatory change process, he noted that it is sometimes time-consuming amending regulations, and waivers are intended to be done in a one-off manner to address unique hardships by allowing licensees to suggest an alternative that still satisfies the spirit of the regulations rather than addressing changes of general applicability. So I think that's important to note here as well, just because waivers really are not an opportunity, unlike the petition process, to actually try to effectuate changes in the regulations. It is a process by which individual licensees can seek to get a special accommodation, in essence, or waive a certain regulation, and allows for the substitution of an alternative requirement in that place that still satisfies the overall spirit of the regulations. I will note here as well that alternative security provisions, or ASPs, which are waivers of specific security requirements that are promulgated under 500-110 and 501-110. Those follow a separate process. I know we've discussed it in the past at public meeting, but those are reviewed and assessed by our investigations team, and they do follow a distinct process than waivers. Next slide, please. So here is just an excerpt of our regulatory language. This is important because it identifies the four prongs by which all waiver requests are analyzed. So the first prong is that compliance would cause an undue hardship to the requester. And I'll note here, as I was stating in the last slide, that the intent here is really that the undue hardship is unique or particular to the individual requester, and not that it is an undue hardship or general feedback regarding generally applicable regulations. The second prong is that, if applicable, that there is the implementation of compensating features acceptable to the commission. So that goes to the substitution of new requirements or conditions that would still uphold the overall spirit of the regulatory language that they are seeking to waive. C, or the third prong, is that non-compliance with the regulatory requirement would not jeopardize the health, safety, or welfare of any registered qualifying patient or the public. And D, the granting of a waiver would not constitute the waiver of any statutory requirement. So as a regulatory agency, we do not have the authority to overrule or waive statutory requirements promulgated by the enacted by the legislature and the governor. So that is an important prong for us to keep in mind as well. Next slide, please. So just an overview of what we do when we receive a waiver request. So the waivers are received through our enforcement general mailbox. They were formerly received by the licensing team, but we recently made a change to the form directing requesters to submit those forms through the enforcement mailbox. Each request is assigned to a member of the Enforcement Council team who will perform a review in accordance with those 4 prongs that I identified on the previous slide. That recommendation is then provided to the Chief of Investigations and Enforcement, who will review and advances that over to the Executive Director, who will review that recommendation and make a determination. The EC staff will then provide that determination to the requester. And I will note here that an adverse decision, as identified in our regulations, does not provide or entitle an applicant or licensee to a hearing or judicial review of that decision. Again, because this is really intended to be somewhat of a special accommodation for licensees where the regulations are affecting them in a unique or particular way, this does not afford a hearing right, unlike some other actions that the commission may take. So just a note at the end here too, that our average processing time for waiver requests between 2020 and 2024 is 62 days. I will note that that is an average, so some requests take a bit longer, some requests are dealt with much quicker, but it really depends on kind of the complexity of the actual request that is received, the particular circumstances that are at issue there as well. And oftentimes too, we will see requests that have multiple regulations that they are seeking to waive, which then adds to that complexity as well. So I just want to note that this is not a process by which somebody takes a quick look at a waiver request and is able to approve or disapprove it in a matter of days. In some instances that is the case, but oftentimes it takes us roughly 2 to 3 months to actually process this, coordinate with appropriate staff as needed. Oftentimes we have to discuss these requests with investigation staff to ensure that appropriate public health, safety, and welfare considerations are taken into account before we actually offer a recommendation. Next slide, please. Thank you. So these are the common outcomes of waiver requests. So just starting off, waivers may be approved, and the language that is contained underneath is very similar to language that is contained on the actual notices that are provided to requesters, although it is slightly different here for legibility, readability for these purposes. So if a waiver is approved, the regulatory requirement is waived. The waiver only applies to that specific requester, and it may be subject to certain conditions if applicable. And I will say oftentimes when we are approving these, in certain instances, we will add conditions to tailor what that actual waiver looks like. So requesters are instructed to keep a copy of the approval notice for their records. We will also keep a record of the approval notice and circulate that or share that with appropriate teams within the agency as well, so that everybody is on the same page with the new requirements for the requester there. For denials, that is when the commission reviews the request, determines that a denial is warranted because one or more of the 4 prongs were not met. In instances of denial, the regulatory requirement remains in full effect, and the requester is expected to follow the regulations as written. We do note with denials that to the extent that requester is seeking a general change in policy, so in instances where a requester is making an argument that all similarly situated licensees would have the same issue, and we'll get to some specifics later on in the presentation. We will often deny those because those are more appropriate for the general regulatory process through Chapter 30A, because those would be approvals or regulatory changes of general applicability. So we will oftentimes include this language as an advisement to requesters, and then internally we will also share that request with General Counsel and his office, as well as the Executive Director, just for awareness that there are requests for changes to regulations so that they can note that for their purposes. The third potential outcome is a withdrawal. I will say that the majority of withdrawals that we have received were earlier on in the Commission's tenure, right around the time of the COVID-19 pandemic, and a lot of those specific requests were addressed via administrative orders. So I will say withdrawals are fewer and farther between nowadays. And then the final option really is administrative closure. So we will utilize administrative closures when we review the request and we determine that the requested waiver is not properly considered under this process. So, for example, that would be if somebody is seeking a waiver and their understanding of the regulation is not in line with what the Commission's understanding is. So, for example, or more simply put, when the actual request is not prohibited or the requested relief is not prohibited by the regulations. So we had, for example, a recent closure related to the wasting protocols and the use of machine or mechanical grinding methods. Our regulations require that the marijuana be ground up, but it does not specify the means by which they need to do that. So there are several different options that requester could have utilized, and we were able to respond to them with the administrative closure and provide additional guidance so that they could still operate compliantly with our regulations. Next slide, please. So with that, I will get into some of our kind of high-level metrics here about waivers from 2020 until the present, and give you just a little bit of insight in terms of the commonly received waiver requests. Next slide, please. So here we'll see just kind of an overall chart identifying waivers that were denied, approved, administratively closed, and withdrawn. So just to add some numbers to or context to this slide as well. So during this time period from 2020 to 2024, we received a total of 418 total waivers. So you'll see that in line with kind of the words or sentiments of the prior commissioners that I noted, most of these are denied, withdrawn, or administratively closed. We've only approved 23% of the total waiver requests that we received over this period of time. And just to add some numbers to each one of these categories here too, of the 418, there were 216 denials, 98 approvals, 27 administrative closures, and 77 withdrawals. Next slide, please. Here are the results by calendar year, and these slides are also available to all of you and available to the public as well, obviously. So I would definitely invite you to kind of take a look at this more closely. But this also shows one thing I want to point out as well is that, again, similar to what the commissioners identified in the early days, these waivers, we saw more of them in the early days of the commission, and the total number of waivers has really dropped down over the years. I'm kind of speculating here, but I think based on kind of the longevity of the industry and when folks are actually operating within the industry, there may be waivers that are required when they are starting their business or when there are regulatory changes. But in general, we have found that there are fewer waivers, most likely because folks that are operating within the industry are able to comply with the existing regulations and do not need to seek those special accommodations. You can also see the average processing time. I will note as well in the 2020 processing time, that was 53 days. A lot of those requests were withdrawn, so that may have lowered the actual processing time as well. Because I know during that time, there was really 1 or 2 people that were reviewing waivers. So I'll give credit to our Chief of Staff, Andrew Carter, who used to be an Associate Enforcement Counsel and processed a lot of those requests. But you can see that our processing time has gone up and then gone back down again. We're always trying to find improvements where we can be more responsive to these requests. Next slide, please. So we just want to use this slide as well to give you a brief update of the numbers that we have this year. And I'll note it is 14 days after we pulled these specific numbers. So some of the in-process requests may have moved along. But so far this year, we've received 27 requests. Of those 27, 8 have been denied, 2 have been approved, 6 have been administratively closed, and we have 11 in process as of 7:30. Next slide, please. And so here I just want to provide a brief overview of some common adult use waivers and alternative security provisions, and then we'll get into the medical ones on the next slide. I just want to note that I'm including waivers and alternative security provisions here because in the earlier days, they have both of those were handled by the Enforcement Council team. Alternative security provisions were transferred over to investigations team a couple of years ago because they have a closer handle or work more closely with licensees, particularly regarding their security requirements. So for our numbers, some of them are mixed together for the earlier years, but I just want to provide this context nonetheless. So you'll see here that generally we receive a lot related to application requirements, specifically community outreach meetings and authorizations for fingerprints. We also receive a lot for general operational requirements for marijuana establishments, particularly agents in a vehicle and transportation between marijuana establishments. We also receive a decent amount of waiver requests related to fees, as well as those security requirements. So those would be handled under the alternative security provision process. I will note as well on these slides that some of the main or primary topics that we've seen requests for were subsequently addressed by regulatory updates. So regarding community outreach meetings and authorization to obtain a full set of fingerprints, I believe most of those were around COVID as well. So we have been able to deal with some of the more common waiver requests, either through regulatory changes or other administrative actions taken by the board. And next slide, please. And this is my last slide for the presentation, so we can get into questions after this. But similarly to the adult use common waiver requests, here for common medical use waiver requests, we did have quite a lot of requests related to registration of certifying nurse practitioners, as well as written certifications of debilitating medical conditions related to clinical visits and telehealth. Again, both of those areas have been subsequently addressed by the commission, either through a regulatory amendment where we allowed attestations by the actual certifying nurse practitioner who does not need a supervising physician in accordance with the Board of Registration and Nursing regulations. So we were able to update that, and we have seen a significant drop off in those requests, as well as requests relative to telehealth. And then just finally noting that general operational requirements for medical marijuana treatment centers, we've received some related to responsible vendor training. And just a quick update on a previous slide, and thank you to Barbara for providing this information. Of the 11 that were in process as of July 30th, 4 of those have moved on and are either being considered or have been finalized, and those determinations have been sent to requesters. So with that, I will conclude and open it up for questions.
Thank you, Enforcement Council, and thank you, GC, for the 2 presentations. Commissioner Roy, go ahead.
Thank you, Acting Chair, and thank you, EC Gooden, and General Counsel. Thank you so much. My questions primarily around the petition process. Let me just start with, on our website, we have a forms and templates page. I see the third one down is a general waiver request form. So I'm wondering if why there isn't one for petition, and if so, maybe we would contemplate adding that a form and template around petitions, because if you go to the regulations, the requirements for the petition, the information required is laid out in 500-830 1A through E. So I'll stop with this first question. I have a few more, but wondering if that's something this way there's uniformity. I see sometimes we have to go back to the petitioner because it's not filled out in accordance with what we need. So I'm wondering if we would consider adding that to the forms and templates page. Whoever wants to take it.
Yeah, let's answer, excuse me, let's answer the question. GC or ED, I don't know which one of you would like to address that.
If I may, Acting Chair.
Go ahead, General Counsel.
In response to the question, we're happy to take a look at the feasibility of adding a form, so that's certainly something that we can look at and circle back on.
Great, thank you.
Go ahead, keep going, Commissioner Roy. I know you have other questions.
I do, and I just want to, based on our last discussion around petitions, I did receive feedback from constituents that in light of the delegation from the previous commissioners to the executive director, and I've been consistent on this for many years, I would like to claw back that, the board should claw back that delegation, since what is a petitioner asking for? They're asking for an adoption, an amendment, or repeal of any regulation. And so it's been explained to me by constituents that it doesn't percolate up to the board. In my 4 years, I haven't seen one come across our desk. And they feel they've lost faith in the process, and they feel it's a bridge to nowhere. And so I know we're going to revisit this in September, but I just want to say for the record today, I firmly believe that the commissioners need to claw back this delegation, because how do we know if the staff and the executive director, with all due respect, may say, no, we don't think this is right for a regulatory change, but the board may feel otherwise. And we're not given that opportunity. So I just want to say for the record, I look forward to next steps in this conversation in September. I believe, Acting Chair, I think you're going to bring it up for a vote. But I'm hearing from constituents they've just lost faith in the process.
Thank you, Commissioner. Appreciate your comments. Commissioner Concepcion, do you have any questions?
I do. I first thank you both for the presentation. I've made a few notes to myself just because it was a lot of information, and I wanted to make sure that I was able to just kind of keep track of everything. And Commissioner Roy, you bring up such a good point. I made note of the fact that when we're going through the petitions, there were 13 total, 12 of which was during my tenure here on the CCC. And I do not recall ever having a petition brought before the board and us having a conversation. And I know in our last conversation, there was mention around delivery. And it's interesting because I have taken a considerable amount of time here as a commissioner at the Cannabis Control Commission, working around the delivery license types, making sure that I was aware of any sort of information prior to arriving. My predecessor, Britta McBride, who was in the public safety seat, was actually one of the people who really had their hands on that delivery license and the 2 license types. So I took it upon myself to make sure that I was informed, I understood, and I also was meeting with, at that point, prospective licensees and now current licensees. And I did not get information around that petition. I think that I was informed through the licensees themselves, and I've heard similar similar feelings that you have heard as well, Commissioner Roy, in terms of frustration around how that process is done, and the information not making it to the board level. So I was interested to hear about that 12 number, and just knowing that, maybe it was said to us during conversations internally in passing, but we have not looked through these petitions. I wanted to, Attorney Gooden, thank you. It's funny, I would write down questions and you would answer my question before I had the opportunity to ask it. So, I was thinking about the number, the processing days. You cover this, because I said, okay, in 2020, there was 168 requests and there was a 53-day processing time. And that was a shorter amount of time, but you got ahead of me on that. So I thank you for that. I guess I also wanted to ask you, we went through the common waivers, that list, and you referenced it yourself that, it fluctuates because we have regulatory changes, we have other things that happen. So I just wanted to know, is this list current? Is it, I would assume that there are some changes because of the changes that we've had on the regulatory side of things.
Yes, Acting Chair, if I may.
Go ahead, Enforcement Counsel, of course.
Thank you. And thank you, Commissioner. First off, I'm glad that I got ahead of some of your questions. That's always the goal. So happy that we were able to accomplish that. So with regard to the common waiver request, so since this is the first time that I'm appearing before the board and providing this overview, we wanted to focus our review on kind of the overall universe of waiver requests that we've received. So this is pulling from that 400 some odd waivers in total. Again, I'm going to thank Barbara here because she is listening and helping along here as well. So the most common waiver requests that we still receive are fees or waivers related to fees. And I will note too that some fees are explicitly removed from that waiver process, or we note in our regulations that some fees cannot be waived, but there are certain reductions or eliminations of the total fee for certain categories of licensees or applicants as well. So I do want to note that. But yes, to answer your question more specifically, these are kind of historical common waiver requests that the board has addressed, some of them through regulatory or other administrative action. But as we are moving forward and providing subsequent updates, I do intend to keep track of this and update what the main areas of waiver requests are for the board too, so that you have that information moving forward.
Thank you. And I have one more follow-up, Acting Chair, if I may.
Of course.
I wanted to make sure I understand when we're saying administratively closed, can you flesh that out a bit?
Yeah, of course. So the administrative closure process is where, again, we will identify, if through our review, we've identified that the requested relief is not prohibited by the regulations, then we will, in essence, provide a recommendation to the Chief of Investigations and Enforcement, and then through her to the Executive Director, that a waiver is not necessary here, and we can really accomplish or address the request by providing more information to the requester. So we'll still go through, provide a notice, etc. I will say in the earlier days, we would simply send an email to the requester saying, please be advised that this has been administratively closed. So we're not specifically approving or denying your request. We are just closing this out internally, and we're providing you more information to allow you to do what you are requesting to do. So in essence, the actions that they are proposing are not prohibited by our regulations, and we'll give them a little bit more information. I will say to me personally, and I know others on the team have sometimes, but not oftentimes, had follow-up meetings with requesters to explain the process, because I will say that the regulatory process, or what's outlined in the regulations rather, is not always clear. So for example, we identified that a waiver request may be submitted, and the first prong is that an undue hardship will be caused to requester. Again, it doesn't specify that the undue hardship has to be unique or particular to the request, but in practice and the intent of that regulation is to really account for those edge cases. So oftentimes, if we've had follow-up conversations or communications with requesters, we will go into explaining those aspects. But I hope that answers your question related to administrative closures too. It's just kind of a different way that we deal with it. So we're not giving a firm approve or deny, but saying there appears to be maybe a misunderstanding or something along those lines, and then we'll close it out. Also too, just want to note as well that sometimes we've had requests for a fee waiver, and then the requester has subsequently paid the fee. So we would administratively close it in essence as moot at that point. Or if there is we've received requests for like the extension of a license and waiving prorated fees, et cetera, and then the license is renewed before the waiver is actually processed. Sometimes that is because the actual request comes in so close to the actual meeting, like a matter of a couple of days in some instances, and we're just not able to process it in that time. So the actual underlying issue becomes moot, and we administratively close it as under those bases as well.
Okay. That it's helpful, but it just sounds, because at one point, if we're saying that they're resolved, so we administratively close them, that's one thing. Because in essence, I'm thinking through this as you're speaking, and I said, well, that's, essentially an approval, because we're saying that a waiver is no longer needed. But now so it's not just that, we're also saying that sometimes the applicant, whoever is seeking the waiver, has decided to continue paying the fee in spite of submitting the waiver.
Yeah, so in essence, the factual bases for the waiver request may have changed. Also, if there's a regulatory requirement that is updated by the board that changes the actual substance of the waiver request. In other instances too, there's just other means for the licensee to achieve compliance with the regulation that they're seeking to waive. Like that, or they've misinterpreted the regulation, similar to that waste requirement request that we received that I noted. So again, in that instance, they read the regulations to require some means of mechanical grinding of marijuana waste. And we've often seen licensees utilize different options for that. So I'm aware of licensees using, like, tearing up marijuana fan leaves by hand and mixing that with inert material using scissors. I've even heard of licensees piling up marijuana waste and using a lawnmower to run over it. So they're not using a mechanical grinder in the sense of like a commercial grinder that our product manufacturers would use, but they're using other commercially available equipment. So that, in essence, becomes a compliance determination as opposed to a waiver. I'll note too that we're at times cautious of approving certain waivers because that exempts that licensee from that underlying regulatory requirement. And we will add conditions as necessary to make sure that the actual request is tailored to what actions the licensee is seeking to do or take, so that we're not overbroad in waiving a generally applicable regulation. Oftentimes those may have larger consequences, and we want to make sure that these are tailored to address the specific circumstances that are being requested.
I can try one more question.
Of course, go ahead.
Because I want to make sure I understand this completely. So I want to go back to the 2020 numbers. And we said that there were 168 requests. The review processing day was 53 days. And you mentioned that it was due to a significant amount being administratively closed. Is that review an easier review or a quicker review? And that led to a lower ratio? It's a lower or higher ratio, but just a quicker turnaround time in terms of the review process.
Yes, absolutely, Commissioner. So just one point of clarification there. So there was 36% of that 168 or 61 of the requests were received in 2020 were actually withdrawn. There were only 3 that were administratively closed. So in instances where those are withdrawn, that is because the requester themselves actually said, we do not need this, or we are not seeking this anymore. And Mega indicated too, I think the majority of those withdrawn requests were related to areas like conducting an in-person community outreach meeting or things of that nature that were addressed by the board through administrative orders that flowed from the governor's emergency declaration regarding the COVID-19 pandemic.
That makes sense. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Back to you, Commissioner Roy. Go ahead.
Thank you, and great questions, Commissioner Concepcion. EC Gooden, I just have a question on the process. Who in the commission, who in I&E makes the recommendation, yay or nay? Who on our team does that due diligence review of the waiver? Oh, I think you're on mute.
Hear me now?
I hear you now. Yep.
Yes, okay. I've had some audio issues recently, so if I'm speaking at any point today, please let me know if my audio cuts out. But yes, Commissioner Roy, so happy to go through that. So in essence, each request is received through our enforcement mailbox now. Those particular requests are assigned to an associate enforcement counsel or our first assistant enforcement counsel for an initial review. One of those attorneys then performs the underlying review. They're also supported, I will say too, by both of our enforcement paralegals. We will perform that due diligence review. We will also go back, identify if there are any historic waivers we have considered to see if the facts are substantially similar, so we're not acting arbitrarily or capriciously there. We will also perform a legal analysis related to the undue hardship requirement and the additional prongs, speak with any other interested stakeholders within the commission to make sure that we're considering all facets of the actual request. And like I mentioned earlier, we want to try to consider any unintended consequences of granting a waiver and also ensuring that we are not regulating through the waiver process. So we are tailoring it to the specific individuals that are requesting those waivers. After the Associate Enforcement Counsel performs their initial review, that is then reviewed by either myself or our first Assistant Enforcement Counsel, Jacob Nielsen. Obviously, he won't review it if he performed the initial review, so that we have that quality control metric there, but either one of us will review that actual request. That will then be advanced to the Chief of Investigations and Enforcement. And if there are any particular changes or revisions that the chief is identifying, we will be in communication with the chief to incorporate any of those changes too. She has an overall view of the implementation, investigation, enforcement, licensing processes. So she's able to kind of identify any blind spots there through her review. That is then advanced to the executive director, who will act on that recommendation. And the executive director has the options to approve the recommendation as written, in which case we will communicate that that determination to the licensee. He can also reject our recommendation, and we can go back and reconsider what our recommendation is, incorporating any feedback. He also has the options for asking for additional information or follow up as part of that process as well. So to summarize there, it is received by the Enforcement Counsel team. One of the Associate Enforcement Counsels will review it with support from our enforcement paralegals. Their recommendation will be reviewed by myself or our first Assistant Enforcement Counsel. That recommendation is advanced to the CIE and then ultimately decided by the Executive Director.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Thank you, EC Good. That was very helpful because I personally didn't know that's the trajectory of these waivers and how they are triaged. So I really appreciate that explanation. On one of your slides and your slides were great. Thank you so much. On the waiver outcomes, I just would like to recommend an edit, because these slides are public materials. They're memorialized. And I just want, so the public isn't confused, it says under approval and denial, the slide that says waiver outcomes, approval says the commission reviewed the request. Now that might be misleading to some, thinking the board, us. So if we could put commission enforcement team or investigations and enforcement, I think we need to qualify, and even under denial, because folks may think that it went right to the board and we are doing this. And I just don't want folks to get confused on that. So since these are public materials, I just respectfully recommending a change that explains it a little clearer to folks on that slide.
Acting Chair, if I may.
Of course, go ahead.
Thank you. And thank you, Commissioner Roy. I think that's a good suggestion. We can add some clarifying language in there. I think as written here, and how I was considering that, is the commission through its executive director in accordance with that delegation of authority. So as I mentioned earlier on in the presentation as well, under 500 850 and 501 850, the board may delegate this responsibility or this action to the executive director, which it did previously. So we can add that in there. And also, you know, I think one thing that I know has been considered or discussed is references to the agency, as in the executive director and the staff, versus the commission as the board. So yeah, I think that could be helpful to add in. The commission acting through its executive director will approve, or something along those lines. But happy to work with Director Giancola to make sure that those edits are reflected there. And thank you for the clarification.
And thank you. I appreciate that. Acting Chair, I just have one last.
Of course, go ahead, Commissioner.
Yep. Thank you. And my final questions are for our general counsel regarding petitions. And I know this is going to come back in our September 11th meeting. And I'm requesting, E.C. Gooden had some metrics, if you will, that were very helpful. So general counsel, I'm wondering if we could have in September, prior to our vote, the following information. Number one, how many petitions were denied? How many were approved, and how many withdrawn? Of that, number two, how many were SEP, EEA, or DBEs? And I see there were 13 in total through 2024. I'm wondering if I don't think we've received any in 2025, but just double checking on that. And the subject matter of the petition. So how many were approved, how many were denied, how many withdrawn, how many were SEP, EEA, DBE, the subject of the petition, and if we've received any in this calendar year. Thank you in advance so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think if I heard the presentation from the GC right, there have been no petitions yet in 2025.
If I may, I can share that is correct. Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. I just have some questions, and these will kind of go back and forth again between the petition process and the waiver process. Help me understand just functionally, operationally, why somebody would withdraw their petition. Is that a result of a conversation between our team and the petitioner, or the individual seeking the waiver? You know, somebody goes through the effort of filing a petition or filing the waiver, and then subsequently they're taking this step of withdrawing it. I'm just interested in how that, and sorry to get a little granular here, but how that step actually functions. GC,
sure,
I'll invite you, and then I'll ask you to see the same thing.
Sure, thank you, Acting Chair. I think for this, it's important to point out the difference between petitions and waiver requests. Petition requests they're not they're not something that are subject to or kind of invite immediate responses. They are something that are subject to the regulatory process. Obviously, we only have a certain number of regulatory rounds in a given year, so they drag on for a longer period of time, and I can't really speculate as to what goes on in that period of time from the requester's perspective. But for them, circumstances may change by the time actions are taken. So it's hard to tell what may drive a withdrawal. But I will note that contrary to the waiver process, which is, I think it lends itself to quicker turnaround. The petition process, by its very nature, is a more drawn out process.
BC, do you want to talk about withdrawals on from the waiver perspective?
Absolutely, Acting Chair. So regarding withdrawals for waivers, I mean, similar to the General Counsel, I can't speculate to all instances of withdrawal. Like I noted, we have seen a lot in instances where the Commission has subsequently acted to address the underlying issue. I will say that over the course of the Commission's review of waiver requests, we have seen withdrawals dip down as well. So excuse me, I'll just pull up my notes from that as well to give you a little bit of context there. So back in 2020, we had 61 withdrawals out of the 168 requests that we received. In 2021, which I mean, we'll all recall was still kind of, or was still during the COVID pandemic, we had 20, which out of a total of 76 requests, which represents 27%. But after that, in 2022, 2023, and 2024, we had 7, 3, and 2 withdrawals, respectively. So we have seen that overall number drops off, but I can't necessarily speculate to in every instance why those were withdrawn.
Okay, thank you both. Appreciate the thoughts on this. And I thank my colleagues for the points they brought up. I think what's for me, obviously, it's prescribed, GC, as you made in your presentation, that we make a petition process available. And Enforcement Council, I think you brought it up. You brought up Chair Hoffman's comments back in 2021 in terms of the petition process, the regulatory process, and the waiver process. And obviously, from the numbers you've shared and how quickly you've been able to process a waiver, you would look at that timeline and say, wow, that's incredibly much faster than going through the regulatory process. And I think what we witnessed and commissioners were aware of before we made changes to the 2-agent and the car for delivery requirement is that people were filing a waiver seeking that, and the justification that they kept coming back to was it is an undue hardship. Now, I'll tap into your thoughts or your perspective on this, but obviously an undue hardship is something that's more unique. Somebody who's feeling a hardship based on compliance that every other licensee has to, have with our regulations isn't necessarily undue or unique. But, again, because we saw a flurry of, I think a heavy number of those that came through around the 2-agent rule. Is there some language? Is there some guidance that we can give or should be giving to licensees when they file a waiver, just to say, to kind of pull that out a little bit further and say, an undue hardship, yes, it's a financial obligation of complying with our regs, but it's not unique to you. Do you have any thoughts about how we can kind of parse that out for future waiver applicants to maybe offer them a little bit more clarity about that?
Acting Chair, I apologize. Was that question directed at me or General Counsel here?
I'm sorry, it was directed at you because it was more around the waiver process, and what we saw was a number of waivers around, the 2-driver requirement, with as opposed to, again, what we've talked about is the petition process can be a little longer exercise. But just thoughts on that in terms of how we might be able to offer some folks more clarity before they go through the work and the process of applying for a waiver.
Absolutely, Acting Chair. So I will note that you're correct that, like I said, it's really more geared towards addressing unique or particular challenges faced by individual licensees. So, for example, like we have, just to provide a little bit more context for the board, also for the public here, like we've had instances where folks are seeking a waiver because their facility burned down. That is obviously unique and particular to that individual licensee and doesn't offer kind of a general request for relief that any similarly situated licensee would be able to also avail themselves of. So that does go back to that consciousness that we do not want to regulate through the waiver process. I will note that we have recently updated the general waiver request form. So now the specific, and I posted this language, sorry, it only captured part of that. But I will note that the general waiver request form, I'll just post a link so that it's easier and you can review in its entirety. But this form was just updated in May of this year. And when soliciting information regarding why the requester is facing an undue hardship, we've now specified that the commission evaluates claims of undue hardship on a case-by-case basis, considering in the facts and circumstances presented for each requester. So we're trying to clarify that language or that expectation a little bit through the form here. I'm hopeful that this presentation is providing some helpful information to folks that may be seeking waivers. And there may be other options that we can work internally to propose to try to clarify this process a bit as well. But I definitely welcome input from other folks within the agency, as well as folks within investigations and enforcement team to try to come up with some additional solutions as well. But as I noted, we have made some relatively recent changes to the form to try to address some of that confusion, because we had seen quite a lot of requests come in with those general requests for relief that ought to be more properly addressed by the petition process. And like I noted, when we are denying those, we will filter those through internally so that at least the general counsel's office and the executive director are aware of the overall themes of those requests.
Okay. Thank you, C. I appreciate that. This is good discussion to have. I want to thank you both for the presentations. I got to give a shout out probably to the author of the presentations, Barbara. So Barbara, if you're listening, both of these gentlemen did not try to steal privileges and accolades for your authorship. And I do want to bring those back, as it's been mentioned, to our September meeting, but I thought it was important for us to have this conversation first to kind of look through the data and the metrics to have a better understanding of both processes. And I thank you, GC and EC and Barbara, for helping us do that. It's interesting to me, the petition process, obviously codified in statute, needs to be adopted by, every agency that has a regulatory process. But certainly, from Commissioner Roy, from your comments, it's disconcerting when you hear people might be frustrated with that process. Obviously, I think there's a general understanding that the regulatory process, because of all the requirements, can sometimes take a little bit longer than the waiver process. And I hope we can continue to kind of educate and help folks understand the distinctions between the two. I do want to, though, suggest, the petition process is available to licensees and eligible folks to apply for the petition. But at the same time, I think we need to, as commissioners, recognize the fact that because we have made ourselves, I think, so visible to the public, so visible to stakeholder groups that we work with, that we do hear, again, outside of a formal petition process, we do hear informally where folks encourage us to make regulatory change. So, it's, I think Commissioner Roy, going back to the changes we, heard were, necessary around micro business, that came from, a lot of our just working with outside groups, industry stakeholders, local officials. So we kind of hear all of these potential changes, kind of coming through us through multiple sources. So that's helpful to have. So my hope here, hang on just a second, Commissioner, I see you have your hand up. My hope here was to walk through the information, walk through the process, walk through, some of the metrics that we've discussed today, give us some time as commissioners to have some follow-up with staff, or to digest what was in the presentation and have further discussions about the process and the procedures and the delegation at our September 11th meeting. But thank you both, and again, thanks to Barbara for a good work. Commissioner Roy, and then I want to give the ED a chance to kind of help wrap this up as part of this being under his report. Commissioner Roy, go ahead.
Thank you, Acting Chair, and I do appreciate your comments, and I do agree with you to a certain degree. Yes, we absolutely do hear directly from licensees, from stakeholders, constituents, but sometimes it's a matter of timeliness. And you use the micro business example where we did hear from micro businesses. We toured them. We heard the challenges of not being able to have an additional license type unless you, destruction of plants, put yourself out of business to get another license. So we did hear that, but the timeliness of it was, I personally know of a micro business 2 miles from my house that couldn't wait for us to open the regs for chapter 180 to make these changes, and subsequently they went out of business. So that's what I mean about the importance of the petition process. It could be a timeliness issue where they cannot wait for us to go through our regulatory changes, rounds, promulgation, and their business ultimately goes under. So yes, we do hear from them, but it also exemplifies the importance of the petition process and the importance of it getting up to the board for consideration and review. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Fair points. Appreciate that. ED, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Chair. I just want to summarize a few things and then the action items as we move forward here. So I just want to highlight as well, I think all commissioners did this to a certain extent, but obviously the report and the data within the waiver information is important. And so what we'll be doing is scheduling the periodic updates of the waiver data, waiver request data at future meetings periodically, most likely quarterly. Potentially, we'll find a cadence that works. This is data that is obviously relevant to you all. Should we find trends in that data that may be parsed out and needed for you all as policymakers? And we'll be prepared as staff for discussion at a future agenda when the AC places that on to discuss the delegation of petitions. We'll obviously act accordingly. I just want to point out a few things that I noted within the discussion. Obviously, Commissioner Concepcion's point that these were not brought to board meetings previously. I think we also referenced the fact that there have been none in 2025. So we are talking about a past practice. Happy to discuss ways should the board want to change that process or want to keep it the same to optimize either way. And so look forward to having that discussion. And finally, just for the public benefit here, because we actually have another conversation that somewhat overlaps with this later on in the agenda, which is of ways for folks to get to commissioners on suggestions of updating regulations. We also are coming up on a discussion later on today regarding a formal comment period as regulations are open. So just want to highlight as well, there are many ways that we have this type of interaction and potential consideration. And so I think obviously optimizing that in this discussion will be something I look forward to doing with the board at a future meeting. And then I just want to highlight what I have here for some data requests that we'll come back with as well, specifically on the petition items. Within the 13 requests between 2020 and 2024, the request was how many were approved, denied, removed in that 13, what was the subject of the 13 requests, and if they were from licensees, the nature of the licensee, such as SEP or DBE status. And so that is what we will try to have as well for that discussion. And if I missed anything, please feel free to shoot me a message and I'll make sure it gets on the list.
Thank you, Ed. Just real quick, I think there was SEP, economic empowerment, and DBE, that kind of breakdown that Commissioner Roy was looking for. And again, appreciate your thoughts in terms of perhaps a regular cadence of, oversight of in topic matter related to waiver requests that have come in. So appreciate that suggestion as well. Commissioner Roy, did you have something else?
No, I'm good. I just want to thank everyone. This was a very healthy discussion to have, and I want to thank everybody that got the information put together to present to us, and I look forward to picking up the petition discussion in September. So thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you, Enforcement Council. Thank you, GC. Certainly another shout out to Barbara. Thank you for making these two presentations look great. I'll turn it back to the ED for the next item under his commission and staff report.
Thank you very much, Mr. Acting Chair. If we could advance a slide, I am seeing a slide for medical use waivers. Perfect. And I would also like to have the DOI Binkowski is going to go through some quick data on this, and then we can answer some questions on the host community municipal equity process.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me.
Good morning,
if we could go to the next slide, please. So this is the first update, as Executive Director Ahern noted. This will be an update moving forward as we continue through this process. We do have updated numbers as of this morning, so just to walk through these. Host community municipal equity is that all our host communities are required to adopt certain bylaws, ordinances, or local laws to promote and encourage equity within their host communities. Beginning July 2nd, we identified the submissions that were made within the Mass CIP, which is our portal. At that time, up until July 2nd, only 12 host communities had submitted their submission packet regarding their equity policies and practices to the Commission. So starting July 2nd, my team issued 100, that 172 item is the 172 notices to host communities notifying them that they had an outstanding requirement to submit their policies, laws, bylaws, or ordinances to the Commission. So 172 notices were issued to those host communities that had not submitted anything to us. Those were all sent out throughout the month of July. So all host communities that did not submit anything to us have received notice of that outstanding requirement. As of today, 3 have been accepted. So 3 submissions from Cambridge, Lee, and Shrewsbury have been accepted as being acceptable, demonstrating that they meet minimal municipal equity requirements. So congratulations to them. Currently, we have 26 that have been received by the Commission. So we have 2 more since these slides were updated. Out of those 26, 9 have been reviewed and are ready to be followed up with the municipality. That follow-up will either be notifying them that it is acceptable or giving them a determination notice that we've identified either non-compliance or require additional information to assess their compliance. And then the remaining, I think that's 17, still need to be reviewed. So at this time, since we've begun sending this out, municipalities have been communicating with the team, letting us know they'll be submitting them. There have been a few who have submitted them just directly to us in an email, and we've directed them back to the CIP. So I would expect this number to go up. So we're continuing to work with our stakeholders and municipalities. I wanted to thank Director Williams from the equity team, as well as Director Giancola from the government affairs team for being involved early in this process as well, just in terms of providing information on host communities, any feedback received from the equity participants, as well as just getting municipal contacts as well to make sure that we're reaching out to the applicable stakeholders as well. And if there's any questions.
Thank you, Director, for this update. Thanks to Cambridge, Lee, and Shrewsbury for kind of being the first through the door and getting approval. Greatly appreciate that. Commissioners, any questions? Okay. Commissioner Roy, go ahead.
I'm good, thank you. Just want to thank our DOI for her presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
And happy to have this as kind of an ongoing topic to get updates on at future meetings. So thank you for that. All right.
I had a quick question.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
And I just wanted to understand the time frame. So we started reviewing at one point, and just how long have we been undergoing the reviews?
Sure. So we opened up this application in the CIP last year. I think it was last June. The application became, it's called an application just because that's how the CIP works, but it's a submission. They're required to make a submission. It was open last year. We did get initially 12 that submitted between last summer and this spring, and our policies and procedures were still being developed, as well as we needed some legal interpretation as well. So we did review those initial 12 that were submitted and wanted to then notify those municipalities that haven't submitted anything to us. So out of those 12, the 3, Cambridge, Lee, and Shrewsbury, were part of that original 12. The remaining 9 have been reviewed and will be followed up with. And then since we've begun issuing these notices, out of the 172, we have 157 we're still waiting on submissions, but some of those municipalities have been communicating with my team, letting us know that they'll be submitting them or have follow-up questions related to it.
And we are sending out additional notices to those outstanding municipalities?
So all municipalities received their outstanding notices. So all host communities, all those outstanding notices were issued during the month of July to put them on notice that they need to make a submission to us. We're now waiting for 157 of them to make that submission through the CIP so we can review it.
Okay, Acting Chair, I'm
of course.
Go
ahead.
I just want to make so. Are we sending additional notices? Is that the plan if we're still waiting for municipalities to submit their application?
At this time, not for the ones that we're waiting for because they've received their outstanding notice this month. For those that we've received, so the 26 that have been received and haven't heard back from us yet, 9 of them have been reviewed, so they'll be getting either a notification that it's been accepted or a determination notice that says we need additional information or we've identified non-compliance. And then for the other 17, they need to be reviewed to receive additional notice on whether it's acceptable or not.
So I'm wondering if there's a plan, if there's still a number of outstanding municipalities, months from now, in spite of receiving notices.
Absolutely. So the notice does give municipalities 30 days, and most of the municipalities have responded in terms of their plans, whether it be taken up by their respective select boards, et cetera. But we are also putting out another bullet. We're going to put out a bulletin to also remind municipalities that of this regulatory requirement, but also just walking through where they should be submitting this information.
Okay. Thank you. I look forward to having these updates on a regular basis, like you mentioned, Acting Chair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy, go ahead.
Thank you, Acting Chair. My question is for Cambridge, Lee, and Shrewsbury, who have complied, are these public documents, their plans?
I would defer that question to the legal department. It's in the CIP. But yes, for the transparency, they do have this information on their website. So some of the information that was provided to us is on their websites. But in terms of if the whole packet is public, I would defer to general counsel.
If I just do a follow-up to that, since whatever portion is public on their website, I'm wondering if we can mirror that on ours. And what I mean by that is in our municipal tracker, if we could link to their plans, that might help other communities comply, because it might be, you know, a daunting undertaking. There's a lot to it. It's quite meaty. So to have examples up on our website for other communities, best practices to see, that might help them. So I'm looking at it as, if these are public documents, it might be a tool for the other communities to look at and to use.
Yeah, certainly I would defer to general counsel if just in terms of what is a public document, and certainly happy to work with Anne Marie's team to identify anything else that needs to go on the municipal tracker.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy, GC, go ahead if you want to respond.
Just very briefly, without having seen the documents, I can't really, you know, make a legal determination on whether they're public or not. I will say that the general presumption is that such records would be public. So I imagine at least some of these would be publicly available, and you know, so for the purpose that you just mentioned, Commissioner Roy, I think you know, I think much, if not all, of these documents would be available to do so.
Commissioner Roy, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, General Counsel. And at minimum, if they do have it on their website, we could link to their website. And I'm thinking this would help prospective licensees, right? So looking at communities that have these standards already established might be helpful, not only to other communities, but prospective licensees, social equity businesses. So I just think it's a tool. And if they already have it on their public platforms and websites, us linking over might be helpful.
Good suggestion. Thank you, Commissioner. Okay. No other questions. Director Benkaski, thank you. Look forward to seeing you at future meetings on this topic. I'll turn it back to the ED to continue with his report.
Thank you very much, Mr. Acting Chair. And I believe if we go to the next slide, we're getting into the regular licensing data updates that you're getting regularly. And happy to take any questions after that. And then we will be completing the ED report. I believe we have Director Coble.
Hello, everyone.
Good morning, Director. I beat that by 2 minutes. Good morning.
Good morning. I know I was about to say good afternoon, and I was like, no, it's still morning. All right. I don't know if we're on the next slide. I see licensing data updates. Okay, there we go. All right. So as you can see, we have 6 applications awaiting first review, 19 applications awaiting supplemental review, and there, as you can see, is the number of certified active patients. Next slide. So on this slide, I want to highlight that we have added another 5 licensees that received commenced operations since the previous public meeting presentation. And overall, this represents a 10% increase since August of 2024. Next slide. Our pizza tracker is about, the same. Again, is just showing the licensing process, the applications, lifetime through the licensing process. Commissioner Roy, oh, sorry, I was gonna say speak to your request, but you go ahead.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Acting Chair, sorry to interrupt you, Director Koval. I just want to thank you because I saw this slide in that column with the active commence ops. I want to thank you so much. This truly gives the commission a real-time understanding of how many are commenced ops. So I asked for that, you delivered. I just thank you so much. I was really excited to see that. Thank you. You are very welcome, and I have to thank our data team because they actually help put this information together. So I was going to say, per your request, Commissioner Roy, and with data's assistance, we put this column together. So big shout out to them as well. Specifically, I'm not sure exactly who on that team, but the whole team. So again, I was going to highlight that column that this shows out of the total commenced ops, how many are active.
Any questions? If not, we can move on to the next.
But Commissioner Concepcion, go ahead.
Thank you. Not necessarily a question, more of a comment. Director Koval, thank you for this. And Commissioner Wright, I echo your sentiments. This is really helpful. I know we have a conversation that will be at publicly and with the board around the exclusivity period. And it's really helpful to see, you know, who's commenced, who's actually actively operating right now, and all the other numbers of the pipeline. So I've just made notes, and I know I will continue to do so, particularly as it relates to the delivery license types. So thank you so much.
You're very welcome. Okay, next slide. So for both, you know, the next two slides are the cultivator related slides. There really hasn't been any change to highlight here. So it's just the more of the same information that was presented last month.
Commissioner Roy,
Commissioner Roy?
Director Koval, on this slide, I know it's been brought to our attention that some folks have self-relegated, and I know later in the meeting we're going to have a tier relegation discussion and vote. Is that reflected in here? Like in those, and then if so, is there some slide in the future on relegations so we know at some point, like we have right now, we've only had self-relegations, but down the road, maybe a relegation slide.
So down the road, yeah, we could definitely work on putting something together. I mean, it would technically be reflected in here, but not in a granular way where you could pinpoint it. You would have to just essentially look at the number, the total canopy footage, and if it went down compared to the last month, it might signify that either there was a tier relegation or a shutdown or something. But yeah, you wouldn't readily be able to tell specific to tier relegation. So that's something, as you know, based on the further discussion that we're going to have later today, we can work on putting together for future public meetings.
And if I may follow up.
Of course, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Director. And Director Koval, not on this slide, but in our board packet, I don't know if you're going to go through it. There was a slide, it's like the 60th slide. It was way down. And it just, I had never seen this slide before because it was cultivation applications. And I always talk about how much canopy, right? And we have over 3 million that's active. And then in the queue, we have, you know, over 1 million in the queue, but this cultivation applications showed a total of 12.3 million current prospective square feet of canopy, and I had never seen that number before, and quite frankly, I almost fell off my seat because it said cultivation applications through August 14th of 2025. So I don't know if you're going to go over that slide, but I was shocked by what I saw on it because
So that is a slide that's included in every meeting packet, but just to explain, that slide encompasses all applications. So it could be that, you know, I started an application tier 11 5 years ago, and then I kind of just, it fell off, but it would be reflected in that number because it's just taking all of them. Not necessarily, that doesn't mean though that all of them are going to go to the process of getting to licensure. So some people might just start an application and it's kind of left there. So I don't know if that helps a little bit.
it does. I guess, so we're counting even ones that have been withdrawn, like so they started the process and they could have withdrawn their application?
Not the withdrawn ones, but what I'm saying is, you know, some people may start an application and just leave it open, you know, indefinitely. You know, they might decide to pick up process on it, you know, 4 years down the road. So it's hard for us to ascertain if this is someone that's actually going to complete the licensing process, or if they're just going through it very slowly, or if they are deciding no longer to complete it.
So the slide that you're on now, that you're presenting, doesn't incorporate that? I thought it did. Like the slide you're on.
So the one that I'm on incorporated, this represents the people that have already received a license. So whether provisional, final, commence ops. The slide that I believe you're referring to is speaking to the applications. So any application that's been started but hasn't even reached provisional.
Okay, so, and I'm sorry, I'm just trying to, truly trying to understand this. So I put that other slide in the chat, which has the over 12.3 million. So the slide that you're on now doesn't have pending applications?
The one that I'm on does not.
That's helpful.
Yes, this is strictly the ones that have received an actual license. So they have a lease provisional.
That's really helpful, because I never saw the over, I guess I never realized it, that there were, like, if you include the pending applications, that's over 12 million square feet of canopy. If you even though some folks have been maybe 5 years or whatever, but I was shocked when I saw that number. So thank you so much for that explanation.
You're very welcome. You're very welcome. Next slide. This slide shows us the difference between indoor and outdoor cultivators. And again, not much change has occurred here since last month. So there isn't anything really to flag or to, pinpoint. If there are no questions, we can move on to the next. All right, so HCAs. So I will highlight that we are now at 1,087 total number applications received with HCAs. And again, just a reminder that is now we are into essentially the second year of reviewing HCAs. This number incorporates resubmissions in the sense that someone that could have been deemed approved last year will resubmit this year for their renewal, but we still have to do a full review. We cannot just assume that it's still the same HCA that was submitted last year. So this number would encompass that as well. The number of compliant HCAs has risen by another 60, so the total is now 873. And the number of compliant towns has risen from 141 the last public meeting to 156. So that is quite a positive trend, so we're happy to see that. Soon we're going to run out of space for the towns. I think we may designate its own slide for future purposes. Any questions on this slide?
Commissioner Concepcion, go ahead.
I have a thought and I will throw it out there. This is phenomenal, the fact that the list has risen to this number, considering how far we've come. I wonder if at this point it might make more sense to do the reverse and have a list of towns that have no compliant HCAs.
So we actually spoke to legal, and I'll invite legal to jump in here as well. We discussed that. I know Commissioner Roy had previously asked that as well. So I don't know if Kajal, you want to speak to that, or just kind of your thoughts on it.
Thank you, if I may, Chair. Yes. So we have discussed this in the past, Commissioner Concepcion, and due to concerns about just the nature of updates to the list and it not being entirely updated, there is a concern about sharing that information in a public document in this format. So we, as legal, has advised not to publish such a list, just given the potential for it to be either not up to date or not inclusive.
I can share, if I may.
Of course.
Doesn't that apply to the current circumstances with the number of compliant HCA towns?
If I may, Acting Chair.
Of course.
The consequences here, I think, are a little bit different than listing compliant towns versus listing non-compliant towns. So there's a difference in how that information can be used or misused. So again, there is a concern there about the nature of publicly publicizing such a list.
Do you mind expanding on that? What do you mean by that?
Yeah, if I may, simply put, if there is a town that is mistakenly included in a list as being non-compliant, or if the information just isn't updated, that can lead to some negative consequences. It could lead to potential liability for the commission, which we're obviously cognizant of and want to be very careful about.
I guess I'm having, because couldn't the same be said by their omission from the current list?
I think, again, if I may, I can share, it is a different thing to not have a name included in a list of compliant municipalities than it is to mistakenly either include a municipality on a list of non-compliant municipalities. That information, can be updated in a subsequent meeting, but there are concerns about just the nature of signaling out municipalities that have not yet that don't yet have a compliant HCA.
Acting Chair.
Of course, go ahead, Commissioner.
I feel like we're saying something that can be rectified by putting a timestamp on when the information was collected and saying at this date, when this information was collected, this is what we had.
Sure, if I may, I mean that there are. I think we can talk offline about this. So that there are pending legal actions, and we're going to be talking about that shortly this afternoon. Which again, publicizing a list may either come into or it may implicate the lawsuit, and the commission is trying to be mindful of not taking any action that might impact the lawsuit and again cause liability for the commission.
Commissioner Concepcion, are you all set?
I'll wait until Commissioner Roy asks her
Okay.
question.
Okay, Commissioner Roy, go ahead.
Thank you, Acting Chair. My question is to the General Counsel. So Commissioner Concepcion and myself were part of the HCA working group, and we discussed this at length. And the intent of the working group, and we discussed it as a board in public meeting, was to disclose. As a matter of fact, I put the regulation in the chat, 500-180-D4. If you look at C, identification of a host community, lack of good compliance standing, and informed manner determined by the commission. So we discussed this at length and we voted on this, and this was the intent of not only the working group, but the board. So, and we have it in regulation. So I just wanted to flag that this was discussed at length.
Thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate that. What intrigues me, and this goes back to the slide, the 156 towns even that we identify. Just looking through that list, it appears to me that there are some communities on that list who have provided compliant HCAs, perhaps with newer licensees, but we're certainly well aware of some situations where they have not, or still in the process, or we're still waiting for them to provide a compliant HCA with respect to some other licensees. So even looking at that list of 156, and Director Kofel, please correct me if I'm wrong, there are some communities in there that may have some compliant HCAs, but not others.
You're correct. Yes,
So,
that's correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion, go ahead.
Thank you, Acting Chair. And what you just said is exactly how I understand it. So the list of those with 0 compliant HCAs, that makes it more significant. I don't think my thinking is aligned with our General Counsel in this instance,
We can definitely have another conversation about it, but I think there's more utility at this point to having a list of those who have 0 compliant HCAs up until this point.
Thank you, Commissioner.
And Commissioner Roy, thank you very much for talking about all the work and conversations and everything that went into those regulations and how we got to this point. You're spot on. This is entirely the intent of the way that we've drafted our regulations.
Thank you, Commissioner. Certainly invite commissioners. Sounds like the GC has offered an invitation maybe to talk about this offline and to revisit it at another public meeting, but greatly appreciate the conversation. Commissioner Concepcion, go ahead.
And one last question, Director Koval or anyone who's on the line now, can you tell us the number of the towns with non-compliant HCAs?
I could not right now. I would have to reassess the numbers. I do not have the number readily available, but I could get it.
Well, I can do a simple thing. What is the total amount of towns that are online right now that are yes towns?
Online. I'm going to ask, I see Matt is online, if he could assist with that answer. We may need to get back to you to give you that number.
Okay, because obviously what I would do is just the math, going through the towns, deducting the amount of towns we have here as compliant, but I thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. Director is.
No, I see Commissioner Roy has her hand up.
Oh, sorry, Commissioner, you.
I do. Thank you,
Slipped
Thank
off
you,
my
Director.
screen. Apologize.
Yeah, thank you. That's okay. Thank you, Director Koval. I just have a suggestion for government affairs and for licensing and for legal. You know, we have the municipal tracker. Maybe it's just a matter of color coding. Okay, like, you know, the ones with a compliant, fully compliant could, you know, be in red. The ones with half, some not purple, and the ones with none blue, just simply color coding it so it's not a negative standalone list. And, you know, and time, like Commissioner Concepcion said, timestamp it, like as of this date. And then I have a key at the bottom, like, you know, if you're in red, you're fully compliant. I'm just throwing out colors. If you're purple, you got some arms, some aren't. And if you're blue, you got none. And this helps for prospective licensees as well to look at which towns are more willing to negotiate and be in compliance with Chapter 180. So just a thought, instead of a standalone negative list, we could just do a color coding.
Love that idea.
GC, go ahead. I see you have your hand.
Thank you, Acting Chair. And just to respond, we can certainly look into that suggestion. So happy to think about that further and have further discussions about this. I, as you know, was not part of the working group, so don't have the benefit of the discussions that were had there. I am told that discussions did focus on the municipal equity portion of the statute. So I would like to take the chance to circle back and just learn more about the conversation and then take the appropriate action.
Thank you, GC. Fair enough. Commissioner Concepcion, go ahead.
Thank you. Just a point of clarity, there were 2 separate groups. One was municipal equity. That is true. And that was former Chair O'Brien and myself on that working group. But the HCA working group with its own working group as well. And that was with Commissioner Roy and myself. And that's where this was mapped out.
If I may, Acting Chair.
Go ahead, ED.
The Director of Government Affairs and Policy has added that 214 municipalities have some form of zoning in place and who have shared information with the Commission. I do think to a few different things I'd like to add to this conversation. One, I note, and we will obviously debrief as we always do on questions, as I did on an earlier item, requests. I would say, generally speaking, we are looking at a lot of manual work that we're trying to manage for a variety of different staff with things related to information on the website, information that we pull out of our IT infrastructure. We've discussed that in the past as it relates to our goals. So I think just to reiterate the general counsel's point there, we will absolutely take a look at the presentation of this data, the appropriateness of flipping the script on it, or other ways to present that data. Not all of that can be done immediately given the IT infrastructure issues that we've highlighted in the past. And I think, you know, taking 214 plus 167 on the screen is certainly a way to look at it, as Commissioner Concepcion mentioned. But, you know, I'm a little uncomfortable as a former municipal official here with the back of the napkin math on this, but certainly am fully understanding the intent here, the points that have been made, and making sure that we reanalyze this for the next update.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion, go ahead.
Thank you, Executive Director. And I realize that this is a longer conversation, but we've identified a portion of our regulations that we are not complying with necessarily with the information that's being presented. You know, identification of a host community's lack of good compliance, standing in a form and manner determined by the commission. I think this is a commission conversation. I welcome, you know, more conversations with staff, but I think ultimately it makes sense for us as a commission, as a unit, to discuss this and decide on what is the implementation that matches the intent of our regulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Certainly.
Oh,
If
go
I
ahead,
may
Director
add really
Koval.
quick to the discussion of, 214, I would caution against subtracting 156 from 214, because we are not guaranteed that all those 214 municipalities have a licensee currently, functioning. So they may get pulled into a list of non-compliance where, they have no reason to be on the list because they don't have an active license within their municipality. So yeah, definitely to Edie's point, we need to do a little bit further digging on the data end, which will take some time given our limited resources. So, okay. Any other questions on this slide?
I don't see any. Can go to the, I think, your last one.
Yes, it is my last one. Okay, so here I would just like to highlight that we received another 94 extensions since last month. So again, we see this, they're consistently being used month to month. I believe we stay at around the 100 mark for every month, 100, 120 that we receive monthly. And the average number of days always hovers around 90 that are requested.
Thank you for that slide.
I think Commissioner Roy has a question.
Oh, sorry, Commissioner. Go ahead.
No, that's okay. Thank you, Acting Chair. Director Koval, my question is on the extensions. And I see we received a healthy amount of requests for 1,998. So now I think we had discussions a few months back about the clock's now running out.
Correct.
And have any licensees had to wind down operations as a result of this? And are there any recommendations to the board so we don't see mass closures or, folks going out of compliance because they just can't get that HCA?
So not yet, but that 600-day mark is approaching. And again, I will invite my colleague from legal team, Kajal. We have flagged it to, that we potentially may have someone coming up in a few months. So that's something we'll discuss internally and bring back to the board once it gets closer to that deadline.
Thank you, Director. Commissioner, did you have a follow-up?
I do, and it's in regards to tying in an earlier conversation about waivers. So I know that a petition is to amend and change a regulation, and it's in statute that they have to have a host community agreement. So I understand we couldn't just do that. But is the waiver if we don't have an additional timeline for extensions, is that something, I mean, that they could apply through a waiver to ask for additional time? If we are unable to do anything collectively here, is that afforded to them, the waiver process?
I would invite enforcement counsel to opine on here, as that would be for his team. Of course, they would have to show undue hardship regarding their request, but I'm not sure how enforcement counsel would see this matter.
Enforcement counsel, I invite you in, but certainly understand it's kind of a last minute question but I'll give you opportunity to offer your thoughts.
Yeah, thank you, Acting Chair. And thank you, Commissioner Roy and Director Koval, for the lead in here. So I would say, Commissioner, to answer your question, it's difficult to say without seeing the actual request for the licensee, and also whether this would relate to specific regulatory requirements. So as mentioned earlier, each request is reviewed and addressed on a case-by-case basis based on the specific facts and circumstances that are presented there. I would say, in terms of overall waivers, you kind of hit the nail on the head initially, that those agreements are required pursuant to statute. So based on the criteria that I discussed earlier, we would not be able to waive that. If there were specific requests related to individual regulatory requirements, I imagine those may be considered, but it's difficult to speak to the hypothetical. So I don't want to give you a firm yes or no. But what I can say is that any request for waiver would be reviewed in the normal course, and we would be able to provide our recommendation that way. But I can't guarantee success or failure one way or the other there.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Commissioner. All right, Director, does that do it for you?
It does. Unless
right.
there are any more questions, I can take off.
Appreciate your willingness to put that offer out there, but thank you for the updates
Thank
and the
you
reports.
for having me.
Thank you, Olivia.
Edie, I think that concludes your commission and staff report.
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay. What I'm going to suggest, we're just shy of 12:30. What I would suggest is we take a lunch break and reconvene here at 1 o'clock, when we'll jump into our licensing work, and then other topics for commission discussion and votes. But thank you, commissioners, and see everybody back here at 1 o'clock. ED, how are you?
So hoping to not fall asleep if I eat too much here. Hey, Paul,
Yeah,
can you
I'm
send
here.
the public meeting link to Gnome, please?
Okay. I'll invite her back in, see if it works.
Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Roy, welcome back.
Thank you, Acting Chair.
Commissioner Concepcion, are you back with us?
I am here. I just have to be off camera for a little bit, but I am here.
Okay. All right, let's see. The other person that we definitely need for this section is our friend Christine. Christine, are you with us? I see you there. You're okay.
I'm here.
Awesome. All right. All right. We can move right into our licensing work. And Christine, invite you in. We'll tackle first, we have a few changes of ownership to consider.
Good afternoon, Acting Chair and Commissioners. The licensee here is thank you. The licensee here is Commonwealth Alternative Care, Inc., and they are seeking a change of ownership and control of one adult use license and one MTC license, and are requesting to add 5 individuals and 2 entities. Commission staff has reviewed the application for compliance with applicable laws and regulations and are presenting it for the Commission's review and vote.
Okay. Any questions on this change of ownership for Commonwealth Alternative Care, Inc.? Seeing none, I would seek a motion to approve the change of ownership for Commonwealth Alternative Care, Inc. Do I have such a motion, Commissioner Concepcion?
So moved.
Do I have a second, Commissioner Roy?
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
And Commissioner Stebbins votes aye. 3 in favor, none opposed. Okay, Christine, the next one.
The licensee here is Leaflux Group, Inc., and they are seeking a change of ownership and control of one adult use license and are requesting to add 1 individual and 2 entities. Commission staff has reviewed the application for compliance with applicable laws and regulations and are presenting it for the Commission's review and vote.
Okay. Any questions on this change of ownership? Seeing none, I would seek a motion to approve the change of ownership for Leaflux Group, Inc. Do I have such a motion, Commissioner Roy?
So moved.
Do I have a second, Commissioner Concepcion?
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
And Commissioner Stebbins votes aye. 3 in favor, none opposed. All right, Christine, we'll move down to renewals.
There are 22 adult use and 3 MTC renewal recommendations for the Commission's consideration.
Okay, I did not receive any proposed conditions, but I'll just double check with my colleagues. Anybody had any proposed conditions that I might have missed for these renewals? Okay, seeing none, I will seek a motion to approve the renewal licenses for renewals listed as 1 through 25 in the board packet. Do I have such a motion, Commissioner Concepcion?
So moved.
Do I have a second, Commissioner Roy?
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
And Commissioner Stebbins votes aye. 3 in favor, none opposed. All right, Christine, you're breaking some land speed records here. Why don't we move down to staff recommendations on responsible vendor training renewals.
First, we have the applicant here is ACTA LLC. They are seeking to be renewed for an additional 2-year certification to provide delivery core curriculum training in the responsible vendor training program. Since their original certification date, they have provided instruction for 12 marijuana establishment and medical marijuana treatment center agents. Commission staff has reviewed the application for compliance with applicable laws and regulations and are presenting it for the commission's review and vote.
Any questions, commissioners? Okay, if not, I would seek a motion to approve the renewal of a responsible vendor training license for ACTA LLC, number DCCR 794121. Do I have such a motion, Commissioner Roy?
So moved.
Do I have a second, Commissioner Concepcion?
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
And Commissioner Stebbins votes aye. 3 in favor, none opposed. Okay, Christine, the next one.
The applicant here is Bartuca Consulting LLC. They are seeking to be renewed for an additional 2-year certification to provide delivery core curriculum training in the responsible vendor training program. Since their original certification date, they have provided instruction for 16 marijuana establishment and medical marijuana treatment center agents. Commission staff has reviewed the application for compliance with applicable laws and regulations and are presenting it for the commission's review and vote.
Any questions on this, commissioners? If not, I would seek a motion to approve the renewal of a responsible vendor training license for Bartuca Consulting LLC, number DCCR 794126. Do I have such a motion, Commissioner Concepcion?
So moved.
Do I have a second, Commissioner Roy?
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
And Commissioner Stebbins votes aye. 3 in favor, none opposed. All right, and Christine, the last one.
Applicant here is Grass Ceiling LLC. They are seeking to be renewed for an additional 2-year certification to provide delivery core curriculum training in the responsible vendor training program. Since their original certification date, they have provided instruction for 27 marijuana establishment and medical marijuana treatment center agents. Commission staff has reviewed the application for compliance with applicable laws and regulations and are presenting it for the commission's review and vote.
Commissioners, any questions on this renewal? Okay, seeing none, I would seek a motion to approve the renewal for responsible vendor training licensee Grass Ceiling LLC, number DCCR 794125. Do I have such a motion, Commissioner Concepcion?
So moved.
Do I have a second, Commissioner Roy?
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
And Commissioner Stebbins votes aye. 3 in favor, none opposed. All right. And Christine, I think, sorry we had to make you wait a whole extra half hour, but thanks for getting us through these. Anything you'd like to say now that we've wrapped up this portion?
I just want to say thank you. It's been a pleasure, and thank you to the whole licensing team for really pulling this together.
Thanks, Christine. Greatly appreciate it. All right, commissioners, we will now move on to item number 7, which is enforcement actions. And I'll invite back in our enforcement counsel, Tim Gooden, and our first assistant enforcement counsel, Jacob Nielsen.
Thank you, Acting Chair. And I will also note as well that I believe our Chief of Investigations and Enforcement, Khaleesi Jones, is also here with us as well. So we just want to start off Good afternoon, Acting Chair and Commissioners. For your consideration this afternoon is a proposed final order and stipulated agreement that follows the issuance of a summary suspension order to Assured Testing Laboratories, LLC, license number IL281360, that was issued on June 30th, 2025, and became effective at midnight on July 4th. This agreement is the culmination of investigative and enforcement efforts relative to this matter. And much of the facts as presented by the Commission in this agreement are similar to and will follow those established in the underlying summary suspension order. So just to I will briefly summarize the facts here. Through the department's investigation, the department found that from April 1st of 2024 through April 15th of 2025, Assured engaged in a practice of reporting testing results in a non-compliant manner. The department's investigation initially focused on total yeast and mold compliance testing results. Through that investigation, the department found that the licensee did not report the measured value in metric for approximately 7,000 lab samples, which received results between 0 to 10,000 colony forming units, or CFUs. And further, they did not report failing test results, so those results in excess of the Commission's established limit of 10,000 CFUs for 544 lab samples during that time period. The Commission has since, and as discussed earlier today, we have since issued a public health advisory relative to those 544 samples and have identified packages that stemmed from those test samples on the corresponding public health advisory page. The department also found that Assured's non-compliant reporting extended to some other areas of compliance testing, notably microbial component testing, pesticides, potency, and heavy metals. In that vein, there were two periods, one June 2024, and then again December 2024 to February 2025, where Assured reported that certain compliance samples passed pesticide and mycotoxin testing before those tests were actually completed and test results were obtained. However, I will note that those samples subsequently passed the required compliance testing, but they were not reported at the time of the initial test. Based on the department's investigation, it appears that the non-compliant reporting practices stemmed from an SOP that Assured has since amended and no longer uses. The final order and stipulated agreement that is before you for consideration provides a more detailed outline of the stipulated facts of record, as well as the Commission's findings. So I just want to note that the summary suspension order, as indicated before, has remained in place since July 4th of this year and continues to remain in place based on the terms of the proposed order. Following the imposition of that order, the licensee, through their counsel, proposed terms to settle this matter, which resulted in further negotiation and ultimately the proposed agreement that is before you today. So pursuant to this agreement, Assured has stipulated to the facts of record and applicable law as laid out by the Commission. However, they are neither admitting to nor denying the Commission's specific findings. So I will now briefly summarize those findings. Through its investigation, the department and the agency found the following violations. Violation number 1, the licensee did not report test results for marijuana lab samples indicating contamination to the Commission in violation of General Laws Chapter 94G, Section 15, subsection A, Clause 3, as well as Regulations 935 CMR 500-160, Sub 4, Clause B, in the corresponding medical regulation 935 CMR 500-160 sub 4 clause B. The second violation is that the licensee reported testing results of marijuana lab samples to the commission in violation of our regulations, specifically 935 CMR 500-450 subsection 2, and the corresponding medical regulation 935 CMR 500-450 subsection 2. For the third violation, or the commission's third finding, is a violation of failure to comply with the commission's statute and regulations by implementing and following a standard operating procedure that was inconsistent, rather, with the commission's independent testing laboratory reporting requirements and reanalysis processes, which is in violation of 935 CMR 500-450 subsection 3, as well as the corresponding medical site, 935 CMR 501-450 subsection 3. The statutory requirement in General Laws Chapter 94G, Section 15, subsection A, Clause 3, as well as Commission regulations contained in 935 CMR 500-160, subsection 4, Clause B, and subsection 13, Clause A, as well as the medical regulations 935 CMR 501-160, subsection 4, Clause B, and subsection 13, Clause A. And the fourth and final finding of the commission is that the licensee's conduct posed a threat to the public health, safety, and welfare in violation of 935 CMR 500-450, subsection 15. Through this proposed agreement, we have stipulated 2 remedies, which I will now summarize for you. I would like to note that the parties have jointly agreed to resolve this matter through payment of a fine as well as affirmative relief and continued suspension, which are proposed for the board's consideration today. The terms and conditions are summarized as follows. The licensee has agreed to pay a $300,000 monetary penalty, which is payable in 3 installments over the course of 180 days. There will be the summary suspension order that was imposed on June 30th and effective July 4th will be lifted on September 15th, 2025, with an opportunity to lift the suspension earlier on or after August 21st, 2025, subject to the conditions identified in the stipulated agreement. There will be a 12-month suspension of the current owner and CEO. During that period of time, an interim CEO will be appointed, subject to the terms proposed in the agreement. There is also a 24-month probationary period for the licensee, during which time they will be subject to certain additional required reporting requirements. And in addition, Assured has also agreed to the following affirmative relief. First, they will cease all alleged non-compliant operations. Further, they will contract with an independent auditor who will be providing quarterly reports on certain testing information and data to the commission. They will submit revised SOPs to the commission. They will hire an internal quality control manager. Prior to the lifting of the suspension, they will also notify the commission of any personnel changes that they are effectuating during this time. During the probationary period, they will submit bi-weekly reports to the commission relative to certain testing data. And finally, they will also enroll their staff and management in continuing education, notably relative to ISO or International Standards Organization requirements that are imposed through regulation, as well as certain ethics trainings. So I would like to note at this point that the agreed to monetary penalty, I just want to clarify one piece. The quality control manager does not need to be hired prior to the lifting of the suspension, but according to the terms of the agreement, there is a period of time for them to hire, for the licensee to hire that internal quality control manager. So I would like to note at this time that the agreed to monetary penalty, if approved, will be deposited in the Marijuana Regulation Fund pursuant to General Laws Chapter 94G, Section 14A. This fund is subject to appropriation by the legislature, and funds are used in part to fund the Commission and the Massachusetts Department of Agricultural Resources to implement and enforce applicable marijuana laws. But in addition to that funding, it also is used to fund public and behavioral health initiatives, public safety, municipal police training, funding the Prevention and Wellness Trust Fund, as well as programming for restorative justice, jail diversion, workforce development, industry-specific technical assistance, and mentoring services for economically disadvantaged persons in communities disproportionately harmed or impacted by high rates of arrest and incarceration for marijuana offenses. A further 15% of the Marijuana Regulation Fund is transferred to the Cannabis Social Equity Trust Fund, which is established by statute. And those funds are used to encourage full participation in the marijuana industry by entrepreneurs in communities disproportionately harmed by marijuana prohibition and enforcement. Before concluding and making myself and my colleagues available for any questions, I do want to specifically thank and recognize the efforts by folks within our organization that led to that contributed to the underlying investigation, as well as the agreement that's before you today. So notably, I want to thank our Chief of Investigations and Enforcement, Noam Khaleesi Jones, Interim Director of Testing, Timothy Barwise, Investigations Manager, Ryan Basting, as well as Investigator Kerry Lewis, Laboratory and Testing Analyst, Cody Chandoa Lee, Project Coordinator, Juliana Kazuski, as well as members of my team, First Assistant Enforcement Counsel, Jacob Nielsen, Associate Enforcement Counsel, Tisa Chikwezi, and Enforcement Paralegal, Amanda Dupuy. I also want to take a moment to thank the other investigators, testing, enforcement, and IT and data teams that also contributed to this. It really is quite an extensive list of folks, so I apologize for not naming everybody specifically, but please know that you have my gratitude and appreciation for all the work you did on this. And I would also be remiss if I did not thank those members of the public who came forward to report certain observations to us through this process as well. So without that collaboration and support from the members of the public as well, the Commission is not, those efforts really help the Commission to effectively monitor and assure compliance of all licensees, not just in this particular instance. So with that, enforcement staff recommend ratification of this agreement as an appropriate resolution of the violations outlined before you. Taken as a whole, the agreed to fine, periods of suspension, as well as affirmative relief are intended to assure future compliance moving forward and represents and ought to represent a deterrence to future violations by this licensee and others in the industry who may consider or conduct matters in the same or similar manner. I will note that if additional actions are discovered or found by the Commission too, we would take additional actions in those instances. Also, this agreement reinforces the Commission's commitment to ensuring that marijuana sold to the public is safe and meets our required testing protocols, as well as upholding the obligations of our licensees to the public. Resolution of this matter is appropriate where Assured has cooperated with the Commission and has continued and has committed and agreed to operating within this heightened oversight. Thank you for your time and attention. I'm available to answer any questions, as well as First Assistant Enforcement Counsel Jacob Nielsen and Chief of Investigation and Enforcement Noam Khaleesi Jones.
Thank you, Enforcement Counsel. I'm happy to recognize you, ED, or Chief Jones, if there's anything you want to add before we jump into questions.
I'll defer to Chief Jones if there is anything that you would like to add, but I'm ready for the Q&A from commissioners if she is.
Chief, if you have anything you'd like to add.
Yes, if I may, Acting Chair, I just want to echo what AC Gooden said here today. Just want to thank you, the team, for everyone that was involved and the collaboration from other departments related to this enforcement action or this matter that's before the board. we truly appreciate all the time that, was dedicated and put into ensuring that we got to this point. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Chief. Happy to turn it over to my colleagues if they have any questions. Go ahead, Commissioner Roy.
Acting Chair, thank you, E.C. Gooden. Thank you for this presentation, and to the entire team that you mentioned, everyone involved to get it to this place before us today. My question is specifically in the document, number 59E. If I may ask the question around that, I'm going to read from the document. Respondent did not report the failing heavy metal result for at least one marijuana lab sample that produced a numerical value for arsenic that was above 200 parts per billion. So my question, and I don't know if you're able to provide this to us, what was the numerical value and what was the product type?
Enforcement Counsel.
Thank you, Acting Chair, and thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner, I do not have that information directly in front of me, but we would be happy to follow up with you on those specifics.
Okay, if I may, Acting Chair.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, E.C. Gooden. I'd be highly curious to learn that information. And the reason I bring it up is because Massachusetts has some of the strictest testing protocols in the country, and we have rigorous testing standards around analytes, specifically heavy metals, and the big four are arsenic, lead, cadmium, and mercury. And the reason we have these is that it can be highly toxic, a carcinogen to folks. And there are health considerations. Cannabis plants can accumulate heavy metal from soil, water, fertilizers, even equipment during cultivation and processing. Health concerns, heavy metals contamination in cannabis products can pose serious health risks to consumers, especially when inhaled, which necessitates the need for rigorous testing. So my question, I would love to learn that information. What was the numerical value and what was the product type? Because it can be even more concerning if it's inhalation. And so also my other question is around the affirmative relief that I see they have ISO training, and will there be any specific training around heavy metals?
Enforcement Counsel.
Thank you, Acting Chair. Commissioner Roy, the relative to specific training on heavy metals, this ISO training is ISO auditor competency training. I cannot tell you specifically if that is going to cover heavy metals or the specific requirements in Massachusetts, but the regulations and testing protocols are clear in this matter, and we will ensure future compliance through our investigative efforts. Also, just relative to your question about specific details that are not contained within this proposed agreement, as well as the summary suspension order, I would also defer to the General Counsel because this matter is still active and may result in further 30A action depending on the outcome of this matter today. So just to preserve the nature of the board as the final arbiters, I would defer to General Counsel on any further advice relative to that.
Acting Chair, if I may.
GC, go ahead.
Thank you. And yes, just to reiterate what EC just said, I'm going to caution against asking questions that go into facts of the investigation that are not disclosed in the agreement for 30A reasons. So I'll leave it at that, but I do want to make sure that we are mindful of requirements under 30A.
Commissioner, go ahead.
I'm not sure if I'm able to ask this in light of that, but for the 544 products that were above the action limits. Just because folks in the public are asking, what do we say to the public with those 544? What was the prescribed protocol for those products?
Again, Acting Chair, if I may. Yeah, same advice as I just previously gave. I'm going to ask the board and EC to keep questions and responses to information that is disclosed, already disclosed or contained in the agreement. Again, the issue here is pursuant to 30A. Should this agreement not be ratified, then the board will be called upon to adjudicate this matter. And so it is important that the board retain its impartiality and not be privy to information that's not already public.
Acting Chair.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
Enforcement Counsel and then Commissioner Roy.
I'm sorry, I'll defer. I believe Executive Director Ahern who was speaking up as well.
Thank you very much. And through the Acting Chair, I was actually going to ask EC with that feedback from GC, which I think is a good reminder for us all as well, that the 544 is certainly within the SSO. So if there was something sort of specific to that and information that we've shared, that there might be some information not restricted by 30A that could be shared specific to Commissioner Roy's question on the 544.
Yes, absolutely, and I can respond generally to your inquiry, Commissioner. And this also, calls back to the discussion earlier today relative to the Public Health Advisory Portal and the Public Health Advisory that was issued as well. So with respect to the, so in general, first off, I would just want to say that the Commission, as articulated previously, the Commission has developed that portal as a general resource. So it will be utilized for to identify products for past public health advisories, such as those issued in January or February of earlier this year, but also moving forward as a resource for the public. So in this instance, the Commission utilized our seed to sale tracking system to identify products that stemmed from those 544 failed test samples. I do want to note that this process was somewhat labor and time intensive, which goes toward that the difference in timing there. That labor and time intensive nature was due to the nature of the tracking system generally and how child packages are created and then tracked from the initial batch and test sample. So in essence, each test sample can result potentially in hundreds or potentially even thousands of child packages as they go through. So our team did a lot of work, particularly the data team, as well as members of our investigations team, to track those down so they can be identified on the Public Health Advisory Portal. So once those packages were identified, particularly those that were being marketed or available to consumers, we noted them through that portal, and that, like I said, will be used for future advisories as well, or a similar sort of process. As well, concurrently, the agency has issued administrative holds to dispensing or retail licensees to halt the further sale of affected products.
Commissioner, are you okay? Do you have other questions?
No, that's very, very helpful. Thank you, ED, for flagging that. That was already publicly available. Thank you, EC Gooden, for explaining it to the public who might not have been aware. So I appreciate that.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion, do you have questions?
I don't have a question. I just had a comment because I did really want to recognize and acknowledge the team for the amount of work that went into this in such a short time frame. Just reading through the information and in our meeting in preparation for the conversation, it was just really evident that there was a lot of work. So I just wanted to thank you all for everything that you guys have put into this to get it to this point. I had questions, but after going through our own review, I don't have any at this time because we were pretty thorough in the breakdown in terms of what's before us today. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Roy, go ahead.
Thank you. I have a general question, not directly related to the stipulated agreement, just general question about our regulations. If a sample fails and they ask for it to be reanalyzed, it must be reanalyzed by the same ITL. And if it passes from that original ITL, then it needs to go to a second ITL. So my question is, with the 72 hours, the notification to the commission upon failure, who is that incumbent upon? Is it incumbent upon just the ITL, or is it incumbent upon the cultivator or product manufacturer as well to notify the commission within that time frame of the failure?
So Commissioner Tim, do you mind if I take this question?
Go ahead.
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner Roy, for that question. So it's actually both, Commissioner. The statute requires the reporting of any results of contamination within 72 hours, but then our regulations with respect to failing test results goes further than that and requires the notice to the commission to be both from the ITL and from the marijuana establishment that sent it. So it's a dual requirement.
Commissioner Roy, go ahead.
In light of that, and thank you, Attorney Nielsen, for that explanation, which I did know the answer, but it was for the public to hear as well. So I do appreciate that. So in light of current facts, I'm wondering if the commission should send a friendly reminder to our product manufacturers and our cultivators that it is also incumbent upon them to notify the commission upon an initial failure.
You directing that question to staff or ED or GC?
Yeah, I'm just well, whoever anybody wants to take it. I don't want to do anything that would put in peril 30A. So I'm trying to be very mindful of that. What I'm just trying to get across is that we have when there's, according to our regulations, it's incumbent upon the ITL as well as the product manufacturer or the cultivator to notify the commission within 72 hours of a failure. So I guess I'm just trying to stress that.
Sure. No, understood. ED.
Through the acting chair, and if it would please the board, certainly happy to look at that and determine sort of the last time that we've express those sentiments and look for an appropriate mechanism to do so at some point here in the future. I don't know, quite honestly, the answer to whether that needs to be done immediately, if we'll have other communications that we can build that into, but happy to look at that if that satisfies the question, or if there's follow-up, we can try to kind of come up with something else to review at the moment.
Commissioner, is that satisfactory?
Yeah, it is. Thank you, Executive Director. I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Thank you for that point.
Thank you. Just a couple of quick questions, and I also want to compliment the staff, not only the investigative team that worked on this, but our data team, which I understand poured over lots of information. So appreciate that. Again, it always speaks to my awareness that not every investigation is the same. Enforcement counsel, as you were going through it, I'm not sure, I might have missed it, but touching on the suspension of the license for the CEO, could you talk a little bit more about the interim CEO stipulations in this agreement?
Thank you, Acting Chair. I can, summarize what is contained within the proposed agreement briefly here. So there will be a 12-month suspension of the current CEO, and there will be an appointment of an interim or potentially other permanent CEO during that time period. The interim or new CEO will be subject to regular registration requirements through our regulations, including potential suitability review, et cetera. The appointment must occur no later than 90 days after the license suspension is lifted. During that time, the current CEO will not serve as CEO or retain any decision-making capacity or authority with the licensee. We have included one particular condition here to limit that interim CEO from being a relative of the current CEO or his spouse or domestic partner as applicable. And there will be, they will also be providing us with that individual's CV or resume as applicable as well.
Okay, just to follow up on that, in this potentially this intervening period before consideration of this stipulated agreement and you know, an interim or new permanent CEO being hired, how do we operationalize this in terms of understanding who's running the organization? If again the previous CEO would be under that 12-month suspension.
Thank you, Acting Chair. And I think through the appointment of an interim or new permanent CEO, that would follow our standard regulatory process, which has many controls on individuals, including those would be persons with direct or indirect control in particular, which a CEO as somebody that can actually direct the company would fall under those definitions as well.
Okay. I'm again just trying to be mindful of if there is a gap in this intervening period, who has responsibility or who would be in that position of responsibility.
So the agreement, Acting Chair, does allow a certain period of 90 days for that interim CEO to be appointed, and after that point, there will be the suspension for the current CEO would begin.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Any other questions for Enforcement Council or staff on the proposed stipulated agreement? Commissioner Concepcion, you look like you're pondering.
I am. It was based on that last response. I'm just wondering, we said that there's a 90-day time frame in which they have to name who that person will be. I guess I'm just wondering about are we then sort of, what action is the commission taking? Are we reviewing that individual, so on and so forth? Just flesh that out a little bit more. I just want to make sure I'm solid in my understanding.
Enforcement Council, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. So yes, we did incorporate a 90-day period in which the current CEO and the licensee can identify somebody who is qualified and suitable to serve in that interim or now permanent role. So we need to, or we wanted to, recognize the practical realities here, where this is an independent testing laboratory. This is a highly regulated industry, and we want to ensure that the work that is being performed is compliant and also benefits the public health, safety, and welfare. So just given all of those factors, rather than pushing or rushing for an immediate appointment, we did want to incorporate some time for them to find a suitable and appropriate individual. But again, to the point of our regulations do have a robust registration system, particularly for folks that are in positions of direct authority over licensees. So they will go through that process. Other than the specific notation that this person cannot be a direct relative, specifically within the 4th degree of consanguinity. So to decipher that slightly for the public, that essentially goes out to first cousins, up to great grandparents, etc. they will go through the regular registration and review process as an agent, and in particular as a person with direct control over the license. I hope that helps to answer.
Go
I
ahead,
believe
Commissioner.
so. And that's what I was, so 90 days to identify the individual, and then the commission will do our review to determine suitability and appropriateness of that individual. Okay, thank you.
That is correct, yes. And it's the appointment must be no later than 90 days and registration. So just want to clarify that it ought to be done before that period of time, and we will be performing that review during that period.
All set, Commissioner Concepcion.
You know what, Attorney Gooden, you just said something at the tail end that made my antennas go up, because you said that within that period. Because technically speaking, the way that it sounds is this process of having an interim person there extends beyond the 90 days. 90 days is only when we need to have a response of an individual identified, but then we have our process internally that can go beyond that 90-day time frame.
Yeah, Chair.
Enforcement Counsel, go ahead.
Thank you. And so I don't want to get too far into the technical details of it, because I know the licensing team does handle that process primarily too. But yes, generally, I think you're correct here, Commissioner. So we would follow that. I will say in the interim CEO will be serving, at least according to these terms, throughout the suspension of the current CEO, which will be 12 months beginning on the day that the interim CEO is appointed there.
Okay. And if I'm looking at the language correctly under 67, it does say the respondent appoints an interim or permanent CEO who shall be registered in accordance with the commission regulations, which in no case shall be later than 90 days. So it does sound through the language that the registration and the appointment all have to happen within that 90-day period. Okay. Commissioner Roy, you had your hand up.
I did. Thank you, Acting Chair. My question is not just for this stipulated agreement, but for the public listening, applies to all stipulated agreements that we have boilerplate language or safeguards, if you will. And I will read it. Any substantial non-compliance with this order or any commission laws by, and not just this respondent, any respondent, or any person having direct or indirect control of respondent shall constitute full and adequate grounds for further administrative or disciplinary action up to and including revocation of the license. And the reason I read this is because we've had many stipulated agreements, and it's important for the public and folks listening to know that we are monitoring these for compliance, and these safeguards are built in. And and I want to thank the team and Chief Jones for not only assessing a monetary penalty, but this affirmative relief, which in some ways can be more painful than the monetary side of the equation. So I want to thank them for this, but we put in language so that we are monitoring for substantial compliance, and it's important for folks to know that.
Thank you, Commissioner. Appreciate that. Any other questions from my colleagues? All right. Seeing none, I would entertain a motion to approve the stipulated agreement as recommended by Enforcement Counsel for Assured Testing Laboratories, LLC. Do I have such a motion, Commissioner Concepcion?
So moved.
Do I have a second, Commissioner Roy?
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
And Commissioner Stebbins votes aye, 3 in favor, none opposed. Again, thanks to Enforcement Council and members of your team and the entire team that worked on this effort. Greatly appreciate that. And again, thank you for the good work. And again, as I'm reminded, I'll say this, proves to me again that no investigation is the same. All right. Commissioner Roy, go ahead.
Yeah, and just to wrap this up, thank you, Acting Chair. Will this be posted like other enforcement actions to the Commission's website?
I see Attorney Nielsen shaking his head, but Enforcement Council, do you want to confirm that, or did the head shake from Attorney Nielsen do that?
I don't know. He's off camera, so folks, perhaps a verbal.
Sorry.
Oops.
Mr. Acting Chair.
Go ahead, Edie.
I looked at this as well. Obviously, as soon as appropriate, we'll get this executed and up on the website for the public use. I've looked at the last few. It seems like about 3 business days is what we average. Not committing to that, but that will put us into probably early next week. Happy to keep the board updated as soon as that is available online. And I assume that we'll also be getting some questions about it. But ultimately, the answer is the stipulated agreement will be online, yes. Most likely early next week.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. All right. We'll move down to the next agenda items. These are under commission discussion and votes. We are talking about a tier relegation update. I'll invite Director Enos in to join us for this part of the conversation.
Thank you very much, Acting Chair. Good afternoon, Commissioners. And Acting Chair, I just want to echo Commissioner Concepcion's previous sentiments. Congratulations on your reappointment. Very well deserved. Thank you. So last month, during my presentation about the tier relegations, the board came back with the request for some proposed motion language. So I want to give a big thank you to General Counsel who worked with me on that proposed motion language. So I can read it first and then happy to throw it in the chat. I will just state the motion language has 2 placeholders for time components. That will be for the board's discretion, but as we previously talked last month, giving some time, obviously, to notify licensees and then giving time for, obviously, our staff to build that up. So I'll read the motion language first and then can drop it in the chat. So the proposed language would be the motion to direct investigations and enforcement to begin enforcement of 935 CMR 500-050 2D and E and 935 CMR 501-050 2D and E with respect to tier relegations within X days after providing notice to licensees of this change in policy, at least Y days before the change takes effect. Some other pieces of information for the board's consideration regarding those time elements is Director Koval and I confirmed with JD Software that they'll need about 2 weeks on their end to implement their changes, for this process if the board wants to go that direction. So that was good to hear that we're not going to need that much lead up time for JD Software, but obviously to notify our licensees and obviously to prepare our staff for beginning these at renewal, we would need some additional time. So let me put this motion language in the chat so the board can see. I'll just give everyone a second if they want to review what I just put in the chat. And let me add, my discussions with General Counsel, the intent of kind of leaving this language more open-ended was the thought process is that would allow investigations and enforcement through the issuance of any future bulletins or additional guidance documents to kind of potentially fill in the gaps there. Yes, Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Director Enos. My question is around the second placeholder X days after providing notice. So you're looking for a ramp, like a ramp up to this. So do you have a recommendation to us? Is like 30-day ramp up, 60-day ramp up? Do you have a recommendation to the board?
I would, my personal recommendation would be at least 2 to 3 months out. I obviously would defer to General Counsel, Chief Jones, and my other directors. From my perspective, at a minimum, we would need 2 months, but ideally, if you could give us maybe 3 months, that would put us in a better position. But I think 2 months at a minimum would be what we were looking for. Because obviously, once we get these processes updated with JD software, there's going to be some internal training that we're going to need for our staff, obviously, to make sure they're ready to do these at renewal. Obviously with the other matters that are currently ongoing with the commission, a minimum of 2 months, I believe, would be needed there. But obviously, more time could be obviously a better utility. And I see Chief Jones has joined, so.
Chief, welcome. Go ahead and offer your thoughts.
Yeah, thank you, Acting Chair. Yeah, I think we need more than 2 months because I'm also thinking of other things too that are in addition to the training, even with our third-party vendor, we need to be able to give them time to ensure that they make certain configurations and things like that. So for if you could please just give us a little bit more time, more than 2 months, maybe 3 to 4 months, something like that, because we just want to make sure that we have certain things in place as adequately as possible so that we do not, encounter hiccups. And I'm not so sure if the CTIO is available here too. I think that would be helpful as well, because we need to coordinate definitely with our third-party vendor as well on this front.
Yeah, I am here.
CTIO, you want to add anything? And then we'll
yes,
get back to questions.
Thank you. And also congratulations as well. I did put a quick comment in the chat. So the 2 weeks is literally their minimum amount of coding time that JD would need to write the code. We have a whole process that would need to be going into testing, test that, and then they would have to put that into production, which usually takes some downtime. So it's probably more realistically a 4-week from when we say go, and that would mean prioritizing this over other work that they're currently working on. Or from whatever that time slot is. So, 2 months would be an absolute bare minimum, in my opinion. I think 3 to 4 months in alignment with our Chief Investigation Enforcement timeframe would be my recommendation.
All right. Thank you, CTIO. Commissioner Roy, go ahead.
Thank you. And that's why I asked for this feedback, because there's all these moving parts in the background that we're unaware of and that you need time. So I'm just wondering if you think 4 months makes sense, and does it make sense just to start it with the flip of the calendar, January 1, or is that too much of a ramp? And I know renewals happen all year around, so it's not really for that purpose, but I'm just throwing that out there. That would give you, we're, just about in the middle of August. So maybe with a flip of the calendar, I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there. Sounds like 4 months would be what you kind of need to get everything in place.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Roy. As I was hearing the discussion, I was kind of looking at 4 months and where we might find ourselves in the calendar that, possibly flipping into the new year might give everybody enough time. Also give our licensees enough time to understand, as well as, we definitely have seen the opportunity, and I think some of that has been generated by our discussion over the past several meetings about this topic, that licensees are coming forward and making the decision to self-relegate down. Obviously, I hope they're intending to do that to, one, not only stay in compliance, but obviously there's also the benefit of, a lower license fee at renewal time, that they may be trying to save themselves some money at the same time. But, to pick up on that suggestion, Commissioner, Director Enos or Chief Jones, do you have any thoughts or feedback to the suggestion of, kicking this off on January 1?
Yeah, if I may, Acting Chair. So
Of
yeah,
course.
so January 1st would work out, and if at all, let's say by the December meeting, if there's any updates that we need to give to the board related to all the steps that we're taking, if it turns out that we need more time, we'll be able to also update the board through the executive director in terms of how that's going, just in case if we did need more time. But January 1st does make sense. And then it would provide everybody time, not just internally, but also externally as well, to figure out, to make that transition or make the adjustments. And also, too, if we need to draft some guidance documents or FAQs or anything related to this transition, that would give us time to be able to do that without having to rush it.
Commissioner Roy, go ahead.
And thank you. And before we vote, if I just may read the regulation, because last time we discussed, the first time we discussed tier relegation, folks that are, some of our indoor cultivators got a little nervous and they reached out to me. So I just want to read, because they're assessed differently. And I think it's, but before we vote, if I may just read from that. Tier relegation in connection with the license renewal process for marijuana cultivators. The commission will review the records of the marijuana cultivator during the 6 months prior to the application for renewal for an indoor cultivator, or during the harvest season prior to the application for renewal for an outdoor cultivator. The commission may reduce the licensee's maximum canopy to a lower tier if the licensee sold less than 70% of what is produced during the 6 months prior to the application for renewal for an indoor cultivator, or during the harvest season prior to the application for renewal for outdoor cultivator. I misspoke, it was outdoor cultivators that reached out to me. So I just wanted to get that on the record. It's assessed differently for outdoor cultivators. It's based on the harvest season. So I didn't want folks to go into panic mode.
No, good point. Thank you, Commissioner. It's an important distinction for us to make. Thank you for bringing that point up. I guess, another question. I want to go back and I want to thank our team for working on this issue. I know this started off with conversations with our Director of Licensing, and Director Enos, you have not only picked up the topic, but also done an extensive amount of homework with respect to what other jurisdictions do. And as you and I kind of engaged in those conversations, and I guess this is kind of the next policy question for us to think about. And Commissioner, you just reminded, we may relegate down. I have an interest in kind of taking a little bit of the guesswork out of it, perhaps for our investigations and enforcement team. I think, Director Enos, when you and I were talking, some consideration around if you get relegated, and I think you saw this in the information you pulled from the other states, that folks automatically get relegated to the next tier down. So there isn't maybe what's in, from the language in the statute, or language in the reg, sorry, for us to decide, okay, you're at a tier 10, we're going to relegate you down to a tier 4. I'm not quite sure how that process would take place, what factors you would consider to make kind of a jump like that. So I'd love to entertain some conversation or some thoughts about how, if, and maybe we can't do it because of what the regs say, or maybe what the regs are quiet on, but allowing that kind of interpretation, that if we find you need to be relegated down, we will drop you by a tier in subsequent reviews if we still see that you're not meeting the requirements, to kind of help the industry a little bit, and also help investigations enforcement staff to kind of have a clear path. Is that if we decide you need to be relegated down, we only relegate you down to the tier right below. So, Director Enos, I throw that out for you, or Chief, if you want to offer your thoughts too.
Sure, Acting Chair. No, thank you for that. Yes, ultimately, I feel like that would be for the board to ultimately make that determination based off of current tier factors. As I stated during the last public meeting, when we were initially talking about that, I think the pathway you just outlined would give us the most clear way to do it, avoid being arbitrary. I could envision some challenges trying to drop down potential number of tiers, especially at the time of renewal for this. So I think just dropping that down by one tier at a time, I see the benefit utility to that. But ultimately, this would be, for you and the other commissioners to pretty much, direct us on, that determination based off our current tier factors.
Okay, thank you, Director. Chief, do you have any thoughts on this?
If I may, Acting Chair, but I would also like to, mention that I would also like to defer to the legal department as far as advisement on the interpretation. But however, what we're envisioning is that the requirements of those tier factors is something that would bring to the board during renewal. And based on those factors and on the information provided to the board, then the board will make a determination of where they would fall. And there could be possibilities that through the metric audits, that at times it might be a situation where they have to go, it's not just a matter of automatically going down to the next tier. It might be, going down 2 more tiers and all that stuff. But I think the relevant information that we'll be providing to the board based on sales and whichever information that we've retrieved through, our metric audits and all that, it will help the board to make that determination so that you would have something that you can be able to rely on based on the requirements that are prescribed in the regulations. So I'm not so sure if the GC has anything else that he wants to add to this, but I defer to him as well related to the interpretation of that specific reg.
Go ahead, GC.
Thank you, Acting Chair. I'll just say that, and I think Director Enos alluded to this during his presentation, the motion language here was drafted in such a way to allow for INE to subsequently issue some additional guidance on the approach, which obviously they would do in conjunction with the board's approach on this topic. So that I'll just leave it at this language here is not meant to be overly prescriptive. It is meant to allow for further guidance to be issued subsequent to any vote, and obviously to effectuate the intent of the board.
Okay, I appreciate that. And Chief, if I can, thank you for, again, reminding us of how you envision the process at renewal time. I was remiss in considering that in terms of what information we would see from you and your team at time of renewal. Again, we're kind of venturing into, I don't want to say, this is new considerations for us to have around this topic. And I think there are some other ancillary issues that when we think about this topic that at some point in the future I'll want to bring up for discussion. Like somebody gets relegated down, then all of a sudden they want to expand, and that's a good thing. How do we treat them as they want to go back, potentially back up? I think we need to consider that scenario as well. GC, when it comes to the motion, which talked about a number of days, and hearing from some of our discussion the fact that we might have consensus with respect to when a date might be to start this, is there an opportunity to kind of recraft the motion to peg January 1st is 2026 is the date this will take effect, so that we don't have the 30 or 60, 90-day conversation in here? But again, I got to circle back here with my colleagues and see if there's consensus on whether the flip of the calendar is a good time to start this. But
if I may, Acting Chair,
yes.
To your question, yes. I think substituting a date where the within X days falls right now in that proposed language a perfectly acceptable and workable solution. So no issues there.
Okay, I'm sorry, I missed that part. Can you reiterate that?
Yeah, I was just saying, as the language now reads, so it says, to begin enforcement with respect to tier relegation within blank days. I think you can take that within blank days out and insert starting January 1, 2026 after providing, and then you can insert the amount of notice that the board decides would be appropriate before the change takes effect.
Okay. Commissioners, Commissioner Concepcion and Commissioner Roy, I know you brought up this suggestion, but Commissioner Concepcion, any thoughts or comments or concerns about suggesting we insert a date of January 1st, 2026, as opposed to just considering time required, as we've heard here from our team?
It was helpful hearing, and thank you for calling on me. I can't wave my hand, so I appreciate this. I have to be off camera for a second. Because I was thinking through Chief Jones and her questions with the ED as well. I'm not opposed to the January 2026 timeframe. I had a question for Director Enos, though, because I know the last time we brought up this conversation, Director, you gave us a breakdown of sort of what other jurisdictions were doing, and I wanted to know if this language was pulled or is similar to one of the other jurisdictions that you highlighted in the last conversation.
Oh, thank you, Commissioner Concepcion. I'm going to defer to General Counsel on that. I worked with him on this, but again, he was kind of the driving force for the drafting of this initial language. So I would defer to GC regarding the origination of this language.
Okay.
General Counsel.
Thank you, Acting Chair. In response to the question, Commissioner Concepcion, what we did is we looked at and in discussion with Director Enos, what was the intent and what the team was trying to accomplish with this vote. So we didn't look at motion language from other states in coming up with our proposed language here. It was really focused on what are they trying to accomplish, and how do we get to that point? So that was really the focus in crafting this language.
I see. Okay. I was curious about that. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Commissioner Roy, go ahead.
I think we've all settled on the January 1 part. I think the question is, how much notice do we formally provide? And right. So I don't know if there's precedent that's happened where we've provided notice, and is it 60 days? I don't know. So perhaps there's precedent here. We can kind of look to that.
I would look to the enforcement team about whether they have any suggestions based on past practice. I'm thinking through this in my head because I'm also thinking, Chief, to your point about at some point providing the commission an update as to whether we had all systems ready to go to effectuate a January 1st date. You'd mentioned, that opportunity might come in November, might come in December. So I'm weighing all that in terms of trying to answer the suggestion that Commissioner Roy has. But go ahead, Chief Jones, if you have any thoughts.
Thank you, Acting Chair. I think let's treat it the same way we did with administrative orders. I think that's the only example that comes to mind in terms when we're making changes and all that. We did provide them at some point. We did 60 days, and at some point I think we did the 4 months. So it all depends. So I think we can utilize that as past practice to sort of figure out what we need to do here. That way it would give them ample notice in terms of the next steps that we'll be taking related to tier relegation.
That's helpful. Thank you, Chief Jones. Commissioner Roy, do you have any thoughts after hearing that?
Yeah, no, thank you. That's super helpful. So I think what I'm hearing is it would take effect January 1, 2026, and we will provide licensees 60 days. I mean, technically, this could be, one could argue this today could serve as a notice. One could argue that, but officially 60 days notice. So that's what I'm hearing, where we've landed.
I think that was just what 60 days was what Chief Jones had shared with us as past practice with respect to administrative bulletins.
Okay.
Commissioner,
thank
go ahead.
you.
I was just about to call on you.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure I heard Chief Jones correctly in one of her comments. Was 60 days too limiting? Was that, I think you said something about the 2-month timeline not being adequate.
If I
Go
may,
ahead,
if I'm acting chair. Yeah, so I think the idea will be to give them, give the licensees prior to the January 1st date, is to provide them with some type of a notice through a bulletin 60 days before. And then also to in December, or, will be coming before the board, or it could be, we could also do monthly updates. That's another thing through the executive director. I don't know how the board feels about that, just to give you updates on how things are going. And then if we need to tweak or amend in terms of, what the notice should look like, I think maybe we can possibly do it that way. We need to be fluid because at this time we don't know what are the, how this would look like. But I feel as though whatever the effectuation date is, if it's January 1st or whether it's February 1st, we still need to provide them with 60 days notice in terms of, what the commission will be doing moving forward related to renewals. So I guess in this case, which will be what, November 2nd? Yeah, I think around that November 2nd, then we'll provide them, the 60 days notice related to this topic.
Commissioner Concepcion, did you have any follow-up after that?
That was helpful because I think what I heard that 60 days, it was not for this component. So thank you, Chief Jones. That helps me in my understanding.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Director Enos, go ahead. Your thoughts.
Oh, no, thank you, Acting Chair. No, fully in agreement with Chief Jones. So I just updated the motion language based off the conversation. So I just kind of wanted to read it in and then I can send it through the chat. So based on our discussion, the motion language will now read, motion to direct investigations and enforcement staff to begin enforcement of 935 CMR 500 050 2D&E and 501 050 2D&E with respect to tier relegation beginning January 1st, 2026, after providing notice to licensees of this change in policy at least 60 days before the change takes effect.
Thank you. Director, why don't you go ahead and drop that in the chat if you'd like.
Absolutely.
Here's the question, and again, Chief and Director, I'd welcome do you consider this as equal a lift as some of the other administrative bulletins that you've put out? I mean, is tier relegation such an important consideration that we should allow more time? I mean, how do you stack them up again? I'm reflecting what Commissioner Concepcion offered too, that is 60 the right, or should we offer, because of just the importance of this topic, because people have been talking about this for a while, that maybe we afford a little bit more time and bump it out to 90 days? Chief, go ahead.
Yeah, I think 60 days is adequate. I mean, this is already a regulatory requirement that already exists within our regs.
Right.
The thing is, it's just an adaptation thing, transitioning to that, because in the past, for all our renewals, we haven't had tier relegation has not been it is not something that has been factored into those discussions. So I think 60 days, is adequate for us to put the bulletin together. And then also too, I just thought of, something just dawned on me as well as I'm reflecting upon, some of the things that we experienced in the past. when we do release the bulletin or provide the notice, typically what would happen is that they will come up with questions. So that would help inform if we need to then have a frequently asked questions FAQ or have some additional guidance prior to January 1st. So I think this will all fall in place based on what I've seen in the past. So this is the way to go in terms of the 60 days, not 90 days. I don't think they need 90 days, they need 60 days. And also to additionally, through this public meeting and past discussions, I'm sure the industry at this point it's clear to them as far as the direction that the commission is taking regarding this topic.
Okay, thank you for that, Chief. Yeah, again, I would hang on just CTAO before I lose my thought, but I'll go to you. I do want to make sure that whatever we communicate out to the industry, it's not only speaking to, you know, this is being now drawn into consideration at your time of renewal, but to, again, remind licensees, as we've already seen in a handful of cases, folks are voluntarily choosing to relegate down, and reinforcing or, again, restating that that option is available to somebody. As we've heard, it saves them some money, and it may help them realize, you know, where exactly their little sweet spot in their business is at a certain canopy. But CTIO, go ahead.
Sure, thank you. I just wanted to add one little piece of context I think it was being missed, is that this is a little bit different than some of the other administrative orders which required the licensees to take specific actions, either programming to do the COA uploads or other activities. This is a little lesser. I think it's more on the commission side. So I think the 60 days is makes sense unless there's something I'm missing for Chief Jones' side, that the licensees could take some action where they would want a little bit more time to increase their production. But I think, you know, the numbers, the other component too I want to point out is some of the stuff on the workload is during this time period, we'd also be working with Metric and our data team on producing some automated reports to be able to do that analysis much more quickly. So my goal, this would not take a lot of manual effort to perform at least pull the data together. I certainly would set that as a goal of this project.
Challenge between pulling the data and actually understanding the data, right? There we go. Okay. Chief Jones, go ahead.
Yeah, so the other thing we need to keep in mind is that now the RFIs might look vastly different for renewals, and like before, we'll be asking for certain documentation that would help you know, the staff to be able to make certain recommendations to the board, or to be able to present before the board. That's also part of it. That is part of the adjustment as well.
Absolutely. And Chief, I would suggest that, and this might fall under future ED and staff reports, that, you know, updates as to how you're preparing for this. I think, as you suggested, that, you know, at future public meetings, we get a quick update as to where you are and being able to effectuate this.
Yes, Acting Chair, we'll do so.
All right. To my colleagues, any questions about the motion that's been proposed with the definitive date of January 1st, 2026, with a notice of license, sorry, a notice to licensees of this change in policy, at least, excuse me, 60 days out.
Acting Chair, I see Commissioner Roy's hand.
Sorry. Go ahead, Commissioner. I couldn't see it.
Take your time. I'll talk long, that way you can drink water and get a
Thank you.
throat drop. Poor thing, that's happened to me. My question is not so much the motion language, but the process of informing commissioners. And I think you guys touched on it, and you don't even have to have an answer today. But in our board books, we get executive summaries on the provisional licenses, which I read, and then we get like this spreadsheet for renewals. And so I'm wondering what that would look like in the board book, so we're aware before we vote on a renewal that they have been relegated. And if you don't have answer A, that's fine. I just, how do you get that information to us before our public meetings? We have time to process it before we vote on an actual renewal.
If I may, Acting Chair. Oh, sorry, just before
Chief with their hand up first. Sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Chief.
No, that's fine.
Thank you, Acting Chair. So Commissioner Roy, because the board will be doing the relegation based on the documentation that we'll be providing to the board. So
Yes.
part of the process now is that would ensure that any and all materials that the board needs to have in front of them in order for you all to make that determination, will be part of their board effect. And so we will work with the executive director and, Director Giancarlo in terms of, ironing out that process because this will be the additional materials that we now need to add for the renewal processes. So that's the idea right now, which is why we also need sort of some time to develop internally to develop that process, and also develop our SOPs related to this. And that way, it is very clear to everyone else how this process would be, would work moving forward. That's part of it.
Go ahead, Commissioner, if you had any follow-up.
Yeah, Chief, that's really helpful. And I guess in the future, just thinking ahead, like I don't have the historical context of where they came up with the number for expansion 85% or relegation 75%. Maybe they got that from another jurisdiction, the original commissioners. I don't know the historical context, but I guess what would be helpful is we look for trends. So are people selling only 60% of their inventory, 50%? Like we'll look for quantification of how much of the 70% did they sell, moving forward. That would be helpful because maybe we have to tweak those numbers down the road, the 70 and the 85%, you see? So just having more data will help inform us in the long run moving forward on that.
It's a good point. Chief Jones, sorry.
Right, as part of, we already, because remember, this process exists in a way through the voluntary tier relegations or expansions already. So what we have in that report is some of that data, right? We talk about the cells and everything else. And I think then what would happen, as you mentioned, is that once you have that information and you're seeing all the trends, then it'll be up to the boards, up to the board to contemplate or decide how they want this to look moving forward. Do you want to then do a regulatory amendment to change it from the current numbers that we have, or do you want to keep it as is? So that will be helpful to the board. And as you are seeing the information and you're seeing the data as we're presenting it to you through the public meetings related to tier relegations, then you'll be able to make informed decisions on how you want to move or address this moving forward.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a good question, Commissioner, and appreciate your thoughts, Chief Jones. We look at how we do renewals now, right? We do them as a slate. Sometimes we pull somebody out if there's a condition we want to attach to their renewal. I certainly could see that kind of separation in renewals, like who's coming through that doesn't have a tier relegation. And obviously we're only talking about cultivators here, but they'd be, potentially a second grouping of renewals that we'd have to obviously walk through a little more carefully, especially considering a recommendation to relegate them down if that's included. Commissioners, any other thoughts before I seek a motion? Okay.
Acting Chair, if you don't mind, I just wanted to add one thing. I think that Chief Jones covered my response, and I think that was an excellent discussion with Commissioner Roy and yourself, kind of summarizing the process moving here, where this is now being added to the renewal process as we move forward, and on the timeline that you would approve. I just want to highlight again, because I think it came up earlier, the last update under ED report on self-identified tier relegation was at the May 8th meeting. where we had 2 that were reported that were self-identified by those cultivators, requested and approved by the ED, and then we reported those out at that public meeting. One was an indoor tier 11 that relegated to tier 2. One was an outdoor tier 6 that relegated to tier 2. So obviously, again, within all this process as well, we'll continue to make sure that the information on self-identified requests to tier relegate are also part of the information being shared with the board for your consideration. So I just wanted to highlight that was the May 8th, 25 meeting when we gave that update last.
Thank you for that. And again, as we kind of move forward with this process, the opportunity to, encourage a licensee to, be that proactive if they so choose, based on what they see in their business. They can take that step. They're certainly allowed to take that step. Obviously, it saves them some money at license renewal time too. But as long as we can continue to communicate out to cultivators that option is available to them too, if they want to seek it, as those other 2 that you reported on did. If there's no other discussion, I would seek a motion to direct investigations and enforcement staff to begin enforcement of 935 CMR 500.0502D and E and 501.0502D and E with respect to tier relegation beginning January 1st, 2026, after providing notice to licensees of this change in policy at least 60 days before the changes take effect. Do I have such a motion, Commissioner Concepcion?
So moved.
Do I have a second, Commissioner Roy?
Second.
Okay, motion made and seconded. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
And Commissioner Stebbins votes aye. 3 in favor, none opposed. Thank you, Director Enos. Thank you, Chief Jones. Thank you, Director Coble and the INE team for your thoughtful and continued work on this topic. So greatly appreciate it.
No, thank you very much, everyone. Thank you.
Okay. Next item, we will move down to a legal intervention discussion. I'll invite our GC back in to join us. General Counsel.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. Could I actually request a 5-minute recess before we start?
Certainly.
Perfect.
All right, we will be in recess for 5 minutes. We'll come back at, let's just make it round. We'll come back at 2:40. It's 2:41. Commissioner Roy, I see you're back. Commissioner Concepcion, are you with us? All right. Just hold for a moment. GC, you're all set?
I am, thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Concepcion, you're back with us?
Chair, my apologies. I'm here. I was muted.
That's okay. I had word you were back, but just needed to confirm. Okay, and Commissioner Roy, you're back. So the next item on the agenda is legal intervention discussion. I'll hand it over to the GC, but certainly understand that if we didn't have it scheduled for today, but if there were any talks with respect to legal strategy, is probably something that we would need to convene an executive session for. But short of that, I think with the GC's presentation, that may not be necessary, but I will hand it over to the General Counsel.
Thank you, Acting Chair, and good afternoon to everyone, commissioners. As you'll recall, a number of months ago, I had brought to the board, and we had discussed as a policy matter the merits of whether the commissions should seek to intervene in legal cases which presented issues relating to HCA compliance and challenges to the commission's authority to to review and approve HCAs. And when I say HCAs, I mean host community agreements. And as part of that discussion, the board had voted as a matter of policy to entertain intervention in those matters, or in a particular matter. And as part of the vote at that time, the request was for me to come back and provide updates on the case. So this is partly as an update and partly as a sort of a follow-up to that initial, the policy vote that was taken earlier. So I wanted to first give an update on the status of our legal intervention in the Theory Wellness versus Great Barrington matter. You may know that we did consult with the AG's office on this and then filed a motion to intervene, which was heard recently, and the judge in the case heard the plaintiff's motion for judgment on the pleadings, as well as a motion to dismiss, together with our motion to intervene at the same time. The judge recently issued a decision in the matter in which he denied the plaintiff's motion for judgment on the pleadings, as well as motion to dismiss the town's counterclaims, but at the same time did not take any action with respect to our motion to intervene. So he specifically highlighted or went on to say that he was not considering our motion and that he may consider it at a later time, should the case proceed and the motion be ripe for review later on down the road. That obviously is not the result that we were looking for and doesn't help us in getting clarity on the HCA compliance issue that the case has presented. And just by way of backdrop, a number of towns have taken the position that the Chapter 180 amendments do not apply to HCAs that were executed before the effective date of the amendments. And so there are a number of cases now pending that present that issue. And this issue has put many of our licensees in a legal limbo as they try to negotiate and work toward getting their licenses renewed, which requires our licensing division to review their applications, their renewal applications, and certify that their HCAs are compliant with the statute. So in any event, the decision was not affirmative or a denial one way or the other. So we're now in this position where we didn't get some more guidance that we were hoping to get through this case, and the case will now proceed to the discovery process and then ultimately to trial if the parties don't settle by then, which, as you know, can take quite a long time, and a matter of months or even years before a trial is reached and a trial is completed. So what we don't have, unfortunately, is the luxury of time. We have a number of licensees who are maxing out on their current 600 days of administrative extensions that the board has approved. And by informal count, in conjunction with the licensing division, there are 16 different licensees, some of them have multiple licenses, who are coming up for, they're bumping up against that 600-day extension maximum between later this year and the first part of 2026. So unfortunately, just given the way that the theory on this matter has played out, that is not going to solve our problem and give us the clarity that we were hoping for. So what I'd like to do is, at this point, just given the fact that we have numerous licensees that are approaching this this administrative extension maximum, and that number will continue to grow as we proceed and get further into 26. I'd like to explore with the board here now with you all some more flexibility with respect to these matters. As we did last time, I presented the matter to you, and we had a policy discussion about it. The board did vote to authorize my actions in that particular case to seek to intervene, but the framework, if you will, of having to come back and seek approval on each and every situation that we might decide to seek to intervene is, just given the cadence of our meetings, not going to be in our best interest as we try to get some resolution from the courts on this matter. So what I would like to propose and suggest for the board's consideration is that, since we have established as a matter of policy that the board has decided that it is in the commission's interest to intervene in matters that present issues with respect to HCA compliance and with respect to our statutory authority, rather than coming back sort of individually or as cases come up. I'd like to seek a broader flexibility in terms of working with the Attorney General's office to identify cases that present the same issues with respect to HCA compliance, and take the appropriate action so that we can try to get that clarity from the courts in a time frame that will hopefully benefit some of the licensees that are stuck in this this legal quagmire right now, and just frankly to get clarity on the issue so that we as a commission can act accordingly, knowing what the ultimate ruling is on with respect to Chapter 180's applicability. So I'll leave it at that and then turn it over to the board for questions and discussion.
Thank you, GC. Commissioner Concepcion.
Thank you, and thank you, GC. I had a question. Do we have an idea? I know that this will change, but currently, do we have an idea of the volume of cases that are currently pending that have the same issue?
Good, very good question. We are looking at the dockets. I'll say that there are at least a dozen municipalities that are involved in litigation on this issue. I couldn't give you an exact number of the cases off the top of my head, but we are, as a legal team, looking at all the cases that are pending, and we'll look at, we'll decide where it makes sense for us to intervene should the board allow that.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Roy, go ahead.
Thank you, General Counsel. I don't know if I'm 100% comfortable with broad language for your team to intervene without informing the commissioners. The first time, and we did discuss this publicly, like I read about it in the news clips that we had done that. I was like, what's happening here? We weren't informed till after the fact. So is there a way we can have one-on-ones? I just think I would like to be aware of what's out there. And I think we in our meeting yesterday, we kind of discussed different options where we would get a memo or something about what cases are on the docket. I know of a few off the top of mind, but I think we still need to be informed. Now, whether that's because of the cadence of public meeting, that's not feasible, but there are other ways to inform us as well. So I just feel better if we bake in a little bit of language where we still get informed prior to. It doesn't necessarily have to be at public meeting. And I understand your point, right? Because time could be of the essence, and sometimes we have one meeting a month, depending. It seems like we're more in a cadence of 2 meetings a month, but I still think there is a mechanism to inform us.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner, and to that point, it's a good one, and I certainly hear GC your interest in the flexibility, and Commissioner Roy, hear your point. I think to kind of smooth those concerns about cases and issues, I think that's easily solvable in terms of either the GC being in touch with each of us or or through the ED. But to just kind of go back and recap the process for intervening in the first case, right? We had to go through the Attorney General's office. They had to get a sense of why we were intervening in that case, what arguments we were hoping to make. It's my understanding we still have to go back through the AGO, but in terms of the arguments we're trying to make, they're pretty consistent. They're pretty similar. I mean, we're trying to make the same argument and get a judge to make some type of declaratory judgment on with respect to our intervention. So in terms of what we're arguing, I don't think that has changed, but I think Commissioner Roy brings up a good point of, I think it's pretty easy for you or through the ED to just kind of notify each of us, when we're deciding in what case we're planning to intervene. But sorry, go ahead, GC, and then ED, if there's anything you want to
add. Thank you, Acting Chair. And I was going to suggest that we build in a regular reporting requirement, if you will, or a regular notice, and happy to do that on whatever cadence is, the board requests. I do just, want to caution that, to the extent that notice, you're looking for notice, before an action is taken, time is of the essence here, and I don't want to hamstring not only the Commission's position with respect to these cases, but also the difficult position that many of our licensees are in. So that is really that's driving the request here, is not since the result in this first case didn't go where we were hoping, at least not yet, and is not going to give us the clarity. I think the desire here is to broaden our approach and to look at some more cases that hopefully will present an opportunity to get a quicker answer. So trying to balance the board's need here with the legal department's need as well to act quickly where appropriate.
And just a second, Commissioner Roy, and I think it's more not about taking the steps to give approval, but more to notification. Again, if we're looking at the legal arguments are pretty much the same. It's really just getting a heads up as to what cases you've picked out for us to intervene in, and then just notifying each of us. Commissioner Roy, and then to the ED.
Thank you. I just have a question on the process, and I know the AGO's office is involved. So you generally need the approval of the AGO before you can file the motion intervene, correct?
That is correct, yes.
So I'm wondering, in that window, I don't know what that turnaround time is. So we can't just run to court. We need the approval from the AGO. So I'm wondering, there's your window for the notification.
GC, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to defer to Edie. I know you'd recognized him before me, so happy to wait.
Okay. Executive Director, go ahead.
No, I think that was, thank you, Mr. Acting Chair. I think that was basically going to be my point. I'm not overly concerned that we are not going to be able to get information in a reasonable timeline to update the commissioners if they're comfortable that the GC's office is prioritizing this for clarity for us in the industry, that we'd be working with the AGO, and that certainly I can work with the GC's office to ensure that you're informed as timely as possible. I think that obviously, to the GC's point, that should be worded carefully, but it's certainly the intent that I would have. So I think that ties together the conversation nicely from where I'm sitting.
Commissioner Roy, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Executive Director. And the reason I'm advocating for this is because it has broader implications. We get emails from stakeholders all the time, from licensees, from attorneys. And, so it's important for us to know, so we don't make any missteps. If there is, we're filing a motion to intervene here. So that's like the broader implication of why we need to know as well.
Good point. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Concepcion, you look like you were going to lean on.
No, Kajal, General Counsel, I completely understand the request here. I'm in agreement with it. I'm sure we will be notified. I agree with us being notified, but not necessarily opining, because I don't want us to slow down anything that needs to happen in a timely fashion. But this makes sense. I like this direction because I agree with you. It makes sense for us to have more opportunities to get some sort of opinion from the courts. So I'm behind this completely. Thank you.
And I thank you, Commissioner. And I would just add to that, obviously, we've been through the experience once. It's not that we didn't get the result we wanted. We just didn't get in this case, definitive judgment as to what our request was. So if I can propose a motion, and I'll read it and drop it in the chat for my colleagues to look at, I'd move to direct the General Counsel, in consultation with the Attorney General's office, to take all steps necessary to identify and intervene in court cases involving licensees and municipalities which present issues relating to the Commission's statutory authority and oversight over host community agreements and community impact fees, and provide timely notifications to the Commissioners. Questions on that? Commissioner Roy, if you want to take a look at that, if that is written to your satisfaction for your concerns.
I just have a question. Should it say in consultation with the executive director and the the executive director signs off, right?
ED or GC, we can plug that in. I'm sure the GC would not want to risk his employment by doing something without his boss's notification, but we can add that in there.
If I may, I thank you for that.
I'm comfortable with that addition, certainly.
All right. All right. Any other questions? I can plug that in and I'll reread the motion, but any other comments or questions? Seeing none, I would seek a motion to direct the General Counsel, in consultation with the Executive Director and the Attorney General's office, to take all steps necessary to identify and intervene in court cases involving licensees and municipalities which present issues relating to the Commission's statutory authority and oversight over host community agreements and community impact fees, and provide timely notifications to the Commissioners. Do I have such a motion, Commissioner Roy?
Before I answer,
Yeah.
So anything out of that scope has to come before the board. So the scope is host community agreements and community impact fees. So anything out of that scope would come before us, correct?
That's my understanding. GC? You're on mute.
Sorry about that. Yes, the language here is limited to the matters that are talked about in the motion language.
Then I'm comfortable with that. So moved. I forgot what you asked me to do.
No, we're good. We're good. Thank you. Do I have a second, Commissioner Concepcion?
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, do a roll call vote. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
and Commissioner Stebbins votes aye, 3 in favor, none opposed. Thank you, JC. Appreciate that.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
All right. Next item we'll move down to is social consumption public comment period memo. I'll be tackling part of this presentation, also inviting in our Deputy General Counsel, Mike Baker, who obviously has been leading the drafting of the regulations with respect to social consumption. Commissioners, as we were going through our review of the draft right before we gave it approval, obviously we came across some issues related to cooling down spaces, some questions around prohibition of alcohol and tobacco sales, and some points that Commissioner Roy raised. Erica from our legal team, I think, came up with a thoughtful suggestion based on practices of another state agency to kind of call out opportunities and really a request for thoughtful comment on key topic areas that, again, might kind of get lost in all of the red line versions. But certainly, I think it was a helpful suggestion. What I did was I went back, I worked with the ED, the GC, and Deputy GC. I looked at what Erica from the legal department shared with us. I'll be honest with you, I thought it was, no disrespect to our lawyers, a little bit too legalese and didn't, for me, effectuate the intent of, how do we call out more directed comment and more intensive comment with respect to some issues that, were the subject of much discussion and much debate. So what is included in the packet, and happy to kind of wordsmith this with you, is something that I'm simply entitling a notification of comment submissions. It's a very short, simple document, certainly talks about our timeline, certainly talks about our efforts to encourage and really seek out comment on our social consumption regulations and the other regulatory changes that we're hoping to make. But it follows up on that. And in addition, the commission, based on public policy discussions in our public meeting, is looking for a specific comment on some key topics that, again, garnered a lot of discussion during our deliberations. I've tried to write these in a way that didn't necessarily try to direct or suggest comments go in one direction or the other. So I've tried to be as even-handed about the comments and what they're intended to, what the commission is intending or looking at. But you see in the document, talked about, I think this was a couple of topics, Commissioner Roy, that you brought up about the responsible vendor training requirements, shelf-stable, non-infused food sales, limitations on sales. Some of these we have already seen some comments and some questions back from stakeholders that have been watching our deliberations on these topics. Prohibitions, again, this speaks to making sure, whether language is sufficient, just using the terms alcohol and tobacco. Prohibitions with respect to promotions, seeking comment on ventilation requirements, as well as seeking additional comments with respect to cooling down areas for patrons at these establishments. So again, looking at this, this would, if having conversation with comms, this would kind of go out in their effort to disseminate as much information as possible for folks to comment on. This would go out as kind of another attachment or another document. And again, we're trying to invite some specific feedback on these key topics. that was my intention. That was kind of the takeaway that I had. And again, thank Erica from the legal department for her thoughts and suggestions. Hopefully kind of keeping aligned with what our intentions are when we talked about this at our last public meeting, and what we would hope to get out of this. And again, I've tried to write it in a way that has been as even-handed as possible so that we attract the widest array of comments on some of these key critical topics. But that's what you see culminating in the draft in front of you. I will invite our Deputy GC, Mike Baker, if he wants to join us and just offer thoughts on some of the edits and amendments that he made to this. Deputy GC.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Chair. And thank you, board, for the conversation that we've had throughout the promulgation process thus far. The things that I particularly wanted to put into this draft with obviously the acting chair's guidance were the conversations that we had towards the end of the process here. So specifically looked at the limitations on sales section, which should be pretty familiar because we spent so much time on it the last day, of 500-141-3, and also the one above that, as it appears in the memo, is 500-143E as well. So that's the shelf stable language that we added for retail. Obviously, those are important items that we spend a lot of time on, and so further reflection and pointing the public to those items I thought was important. And the last one being the ventilation requirements. We have pulled best practices from other states regarding the ventilation system, but we know that it's really important to promote public health and safety that these ventilation systems are adequate. And so we're hoping to get additional public feedback on that as well. So thank you again for all the conversation that we had, both for the commissioners and the staff. It's really great getting to talk it out with you all. But yes, that's some of the amendments that we put into this memo.
Before I open it up for questions, I know the ED, you were helpful in starting to pull this document together and the wording for it. Anything you want to add?
Thank you, Mr. Acting Chair. No, I mean, I think obviously during the formal comment period, I know that we'll receive comments on a variety of different topics throughout the regulation. So I think this was an attempt to summarize some of the topics that had a lot of discussion from the commissioners, and some that came up towards the end that commissioners were looking for feedback on. And so, I think ultimately, again, what was discussed previously is this is not part of the package that goes to the Secretary of State. It's advice that you're providing or guidance you're providing to the public leading into the formal comment period, gives folks an understanding of some of the things that you're looking for feedback on, in addition to anything else that comes through formal comment period. So I like it as a sort of value add. Obviously, it's not a requirement of this process. And then just additionally, I think for folks looking at it as well, I think, the commission has used similar, a press release referring to public comment in the past, especially around the 2-driver rule, to sort of say we're looking for feedback. So I think it works if the commissioners are looking for it. Obviously, it's your all decision, and happy to sort of discuss anything within it. But I think it will hopefully, demonstrate to a number of our stakeholders some areas that you're looking for feedback on.
Thank you, ED. And let me just add, as in pulling this document together and thinking about listening sessions, public listening sessions that we've had, I think there is usefulness to a tool like this, that when we do future listening sessions, that it might give commissioners, it might give staff an opportunity to kind of lay some groundwork for testimony and comments that we might be looking for at a public listening session. So I'm thinking about the utility of this type of document and how we can use it going forward. But Again, I want to thank Erica for kind of planning the idea with us. Again, this is not exactly what the agency that she referenced used, but I think it's in a form and format that will be helpful to folks as we begin to go out and solicit public comment. But obviously, you know, commissioners looking for your input or even wordsmithing, or we can also decide not to do this in the form that it's made, and we can use our comments and conversation here to highlight, you know, issues that we want to talk about or hear from folks on. But Commissioner Roy, I think you had your hand up. Go ahead.
I do. Thank you, Acting Chair. I echo the Executive Director, like it as a value add, and I'm going to echo you, Acting Chair Simmons, and thank Associate General Counsel Erica Bruno for recommending this, and Deputy General Counsel Baker for all the work he has done around social consumption, which is yeoman's work, and you, Acting Chair, for taking a neutral posture in this document. It's not to sway anyone. It's just to get input, which I think is critical for us as policymakers. So we may not agree as regulators, so it's so important to hear from stakeholders and licensees and patients and consumers. So I think, like you said, I think this might be a tool we'll be able to use in the future to get the information that we need. And, you know, I guess my two things, I think we should also share this with the CAB members, because it would be good to hear from the CAB on these issues. And secondly, I'm wondering if we can make it in a format that is a fillable PDF, so they can just type into it. Can we do a fillable PDF where there's space underneath the question for people to type in their answer?
I think both are great suggestions. I think when you know, if we get to a motion on this, I think it does kind of direct staff to publish it in a form is discussed by the board, and it will be part of, you know, the outreach that we are making to folks to encourage their comments and feedback. So two good suggestions, ED, and then to you, Commissioner Concepcion.
Sure. Just for that point, I just want to make sure, and obviously, I think certainly within Commissioner Roy's suggestion, I just want to make sure, right, there are formal processes for providing comment on the regs, and I just don't want to create a situation where we're creating an informal process with a formal process. So long as those things are being run through, you know, Deputy General Counsel, happy to look at all of those suggestions to maximize input.
Okay. Commissioner Concepcion.
Thank you. And thank you to you all for putting this together. I had one recommended change in the language.
Sure.
It was under the provision around the cool down areas. And I feel like the language, there's a finality to it that is not necessarily accurate. Right now it reads, licensees will be required to provide cooling down areas. And I think it's helpful to include language that says under the draft regulations, so that we note that this is what we're considering, but there's nothing that is final. I'm highlighting that because I've been receiving some input, some comments about sort of the implications around that, but I want it to be really clear that these are draft regulations and it's not something that will happen necessarily.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think that's a fine update. I know Mike probably has the document open right in front of him, but he turned on his camera, so.
Hi, Mike.
I'll invite you to offer any thoughts you have, Deputy GC.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Acey, and you, Commissioner Concepcion, for the suggestion. I think that totally makes sense, and if the board agrees, I'll make that amendment in the document.
Okay. Thank you. Any other thoughts or questions? If there's none, I would seek a motion to direct ED to work with staff to publish this memorandum as discussed by the board on the Commission's website and perform outreach to all stakeholders, including members of the Cannabis Advisory Board. Do I have such a motion, Commissioner Roy?
Before I do that, should we put a date
Sure.
published by? I think that we're doing that lately. I think it holds us all accountable when we put that in.
Okay. Attorney Baker, I would ask you, is there a date you thinking of our regulatory timeline? And if I believe obviously the draft regs are up available now on our website. They get formally published tomorrow in the Secretary of State's registry. What would be a convenient date? And probably invite the ED in if he wants to speak on behalf of the comms team to get this out.
Mr. AC, I'm just happy to say we can get it up as soon as possible. Obviously, the comment period is open as of right now. We're accepting comments, so want to try to get this in front of the public as soon as possible. So I'll work with the ED, comms, and other relevant staff to get this up and out, as soon as we can.
Okay, ED, do you have any thoughts?
No, again,
Commissioner Roy is looking for, let's make sure this is all up by a certain date.
So just through the acting chair and to the DGC's point, if you want a date certain in the motion midweek next week, I could look at the calendar and give you an August date. It's fine. Ideally, I think to the DGC's point, we could ideally, once he's incorporated your changes, get this up ASAP before that. But if you'd like to have a date certain in there, next Wednesday is the 20th of August.
20th. Okay.
No later than.
All right. Since I didn't get I didn't have my first motion moved, I will step back and offer a new motion. I would move to seek a motion to direct the ED to work with staff to publish this memorandum as discussed by the board on the commission's website by August 20th, 2025, and perform outreach to all stakeholders and members of the Cannabis Advisory Board. Do I have such a motion, Commissioner Roy?
So moved.
Okay. Do I have a second, Commissioner Concepcion?
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
And Commissioner Stebbins votes aye, 3 in favor, none opposed. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Deputy GC. All right. Bear with me. Next item is new business not anticipated at time of posting. I am not aware of any items that were not anticipated at time of posting. We'll post our next meeting date list. Obviously, our next public meeting is anticipated to be September 11th. Obviously, we're also mindful that we will need to add some dates to this once the comment period closes. Our team has an opportunity to review all of the comments on the social consumption regs and other regs that we're proposing changes to. So we'll try to get those dates squared away as soon as possible. That's September 11th and a meeting on October 9th, possible listening session on October 23rd, and then November 13th and December 11th are the meetings we have scheduled that's anticipated at this point. Commissioner Concepcion, go ahead.
Thank you, Acting Chair. September 8th, can you clarify the, I know you referenced September 11th, but I know we also have something September 8th.
Yes, September 8th is our public hearing on the regulatory framework that will be in person in our offices in Worcester. Doing things a little bit differently. Obviously, we are, as Deputy GC pointed out, folks are free to comment on the regs at this point and submit public comment to us. We're inviting folks to participate in the public hearing in person. We will not be offering a virtual component to this public hearing, but obviously written testimony, comments can be sent to us by email or to our address. And then obviously we're inviting folks to participate in the public hearing in person. Commissioner Roy, did you had your hand up? Go ahead.
Yeah, if you don't mind, can you go through I know September 11th is the hearing in person. Can you just go through the rest of the dates, whether they're in person or virtual or hybrid, if you don't mind?
Sure. September 8th will be in person. September 11th, I expect us to be hybrid or remote, not hybrid, remote. And then, as I said, trying to look at what days we can set aside for review of the regs, review of the comments that we received, probably toward the end of September. But we'll try to work around folks' schedules, and obviously, depending on the amount of comment that we get, will drive, how quickly the working group can review all the comments and consider changes to bring back before the board. Okay. All right. I think that's it. Any other comments, questions? If not, I would seek a motion to adjourn. Do I have such a motion, Commissioner Concepcion?
So moved.
Okay. Do I have a second, Commissioner Roy?
Second.
Motion made and seconded. I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
And Commissioner Stebbins votes aye. 3 in favor, none opposed. We are adjourned. Thank you to my colleagues. Thank you to the entire team for a good meeting. Appreciate it. And we're adjourned. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Bye, everyone.
Thank you all. Thank you. Bye.